Oh, nice.
Good kid. Great, smart.
Something be on Zoom, hopefully. She's not on Zoom. Naomi, I think, is supposed to be on Zoom. She said that to watch.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight for our regularly scheduled board meeting. Appreciate all that are in attendance and all that are present online. We're going to go ahead and get started. So we are here for a regularly scheduled Taos Municipal Schools Board of Education meeting. Today is Wednesday, June 18th, 2025. For the record, it is 6:08 p.m. I would like to call this meeting to order. Can I please get a roll call?
President Flores,
Present.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Board Member King,
Here.
Board Member Concha.
Okay, item 3 is the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could please stand, the flags are to our left. I'll go ahead and lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 4 is our land acknowledgement statement. It is respectful to recognize the unique and enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous people and their traditional territories. We acknowledge that we are on the historic homeland of the Red Willow people within the original territory of Taos Pueblo. This acknowledgement will oblige as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to respectfully recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Red Willow people whose land and water we benefit from in this great valley today. Before we move along to the approval of the meeting agenda, the board would like to have a moment of silence for an individual that dedicated her life to serving our school district and our community. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Board Member King.
New equipment. I said, appreciate it, President Mark. You guys know our community is a small community. Lisa was our neighbor. Aiden went to school with my daughter. In fact, Chris, Lisa's husband, shared with me before he came to this earth that they were expecting him in January. So with that said, our hearts are heavy. We can have a minute of silence. It was her birthday today, so. She's lost but not forgotten. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Board Member King. And just for the record, that was in recognition of Lisa Baker. Item 5 is approval of the meeting agenda. Are there any proposed changes or amendments to the meeting agenda? Hearing none, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the meeting agenda as presented. Is there a second?
Second, sorry.
We have a second from Vice President.
Yes, sorry.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Item 6 is public comment. Is there anybody in the public or online that wishes to speak during public comment? Anybody online? If you're online, please raise your hand. Hearing none and seeing none, we'll go ahead and move forward from public comment. Item 7, recognitions. 7-1, recognition of 2025 Taos Municipal Schools retirees. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to superintendent. But prior to doing that, I just want to thank all of those that are in attendance. Today, I am aware that some of these retirees are not present with us. So those that are not here, we are thankful for your service. And in looking at all these individuals and calculating the total number of years of service to our district, it totaled 255 years. That's, yes. That, we're very appreciative of the years and time and energy spent serving our community, our students, staff, the district as a whole. And losing 255 years of accumulated service is a big loss to this district, and something that I think that we'll struggle to recover from. But, you know, we got to keep moving forward, and we have a strong community, and we will do that. And thank you for all your support, Superintendent.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. So tonight we are going to recognize our retirees for this year. And as part of the recognition, and a new tradition we started last year, just so that I'm not sure they're aware of, they're about to find out, but they are going to receive a lifetime pass to any of our Taos Municipal Schools home games so that they can continue to be part of our community and celebrate the wins and, you know, cheer us when the kids are doing well. So just so that y'all know, that's a little surprise for y'all. So tonight we're going to begin with our recognition. I think Ms. Martinez, you're going to help us out here. Board, if you may, if it's okay with y'all, it's up to you to congratulate our members. To also help out, I'd like to introduce our new Director of Human Resources, Dr. William Royal. So if we're going to go ahead and begin by recognizing Kathy Alpers. She's been a teacher for 4 years. Ms. Alpers is not here with us tonight, but we'd like to recognize her for her years of service with our district. Next up, we have Evelyn Anaya. Evelyn, did you make it tonight? No. She served in payroll benefits and was with the district for 16 years. Next up, we have Ms. Fatima Chavez, financial specialist, athletics for 23 years. When you want to come up, is she here? No. So we want to thank her for her service to our district. Up next, we have Catherine Collins, IEP coordinator. Ms. Collins has been with the district for 13 years. Our last conversation was that she will be enjoying 6 Saturdays and 1 Sunday now that she'll be retiring. There you go. Not with us here tonight, but also to recognize Mr. Thomas Duke as a teacher. Thank you, Mr. Duke. Up next, we have Geraldine Marquez, cook manager. She has been with the district for 31 years. Was she able to join us tonight? We have next Norberto Norby Martinez. He was with the district for 25 years. Sandra Martinez, financial specialist for human resources, here for 18 years. So many should recognize Ms. Martinez because she was probably the first face that everybody saw when they entered the district. Next, we have Florence Miera, social worker for 23 years. We have Michael Pacheco, custodian for 11 years. Catherine Serna, teacher for 21 years. Up next, we have Esther Winter, Director of Human Resources, 31 years. Next, we have Maria Vasquez, teacher for 25 and a half years. And last, certainly but not least, I'm not sure if she's here with us, but Dr. Tony Wright, teacher for 9 years. So thank you, retirees, for joining us. I do want to say that at the last law conference, they did say that you could come back in 30 days, so you're more than welcome to join us again. If we can get a picture. Congratulations, retirees.
Before everyone leaves, yeah. Before everyone leaves, I just want to acknowledge all of our retirees. Many people move on for various reasons. Moments like these are bittersweet. We wish everyone the best as they move forward on to different endeavors. I just want to thank you for your many years of service and your dedication to Taos Municipal Schools. At this time, would the board like to make any comments, or if anybody, any one of the retirees wishes to speak, you're more than welcome to come up and say a few words if you so choose. Thank you so much. Collins.
Hey.
I'd like to say that being with the schools, that this was the first district that I worked with, being a proud graduate of Taos High School. And that this was the last district that I worked, so, and in between, I've, so, it's bittersweet to leave. I have come to respect a lot of and we have a great group of staff here. The retirees will surely be missed in the district. The only concern that I have is, Mr. Royal, you've got your work cut out. This whole department, this whole building is gonna be vacant, so it just, that's not an easy position to be in, so you can be assured you will have my prayers. I am a prayer warrior, or you will have my prayers, that everything. I do want to thank Lynn. She has been just an amazing supervisor, very knowledgeable. learned a lot from her. And we'll miss working with her.
Thank you, Dr. Collins. Would any of the board like to make any comments?
He's good at that.
Well, I wanted to hear from the retirees, and I hope that you'll stay out the allotted time and come back. Because again, it's your gift, your talent, your skills, and your service to Taos Municipal Schools and the children of our community. Thank you so much. But please come back.
Yes, we are going to miss all of you. I know you all served very passionately for the years of service that you did provide to the district, and we will truly miss each and every one of you. And I look forward to seeing you at some of our local games and functions in and around the community. And if we could just get one last big round of applause for all that were present and all that were not present. Thank you all, and feel free to go home and enjoy your evening if you so choose.
Or stay. Watch.
So we will miss all of you. Item 8 is presentations. We have a presentation from Stifel Bond Advisor presentation.
I believe Brad raised his hand on the Zoom. Can you hear us, Mr. Angst?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We're adjusting the volume.
Excellent. Very good. Very good. Well, Dr. Layden, would you like me to get started?
Yes, Mr. Raines, please proceed.
Okay. Well, thank you, President Flores, members of the board, and Dr. Layton. This is Brad Angst with Stifel Public Finance. We serve as the district's bond and financial advisor. Thanks for having me this evening. Here to continue the conversation. We are nearing the final item. Next month, the school board will need to make a decision to send to the voters a bond option for some of the school facilities that you've been considering and we've been working with you on here for the past year. As a reminder, in New Mexico, the state pays and helps provide funding for the classroom and for wages and salary and operations of the school, but it's the local community and the school district's responsibility to take care of the facilities and make the improvements or provide for new schools from time to time. And so that's really what we've been working with you on. What is the plan to address some of these items? So we've gotten some feedback from the PSFA. They've come out with their new scoring. That's the Public School Facilities Authority, who helps allocate money for the state, and the PSCOC, the Capital Outlay Council. And so they've re-ranked some of the schools and the projects, which has provided a lot of clarity with recommendations that we'll provide today. They've ranked the middle school at 11. And then this slide's great. I'll just give a preface here verbally, and then we'll dive into some of the materials. But they've ranked the middle school at number 11 across the state. However, the high school is dropped below the top 100, which they typically don't provide matching funds for. So that gave us some direction on which school and facility to go to and address first. They've also provided some additional matching funds, well, the state did through Senate Bill 131, which reduced the local match reduction and also leads to our final recommendation, which we'll provide you here in a few minutes. But on the size amount, we're looking at approximately 50 million. But we're doing this in a little different manner than we've been showing you in the past. We were actually able to, after hearing some feedback, we were able to develop a structure that instead of increasing the mill levy up to over 10 mills, actually can be done with just a 2 mill increase, so to a total of 7 mills. So pleased to be with you. We'll go through some of these findings and ultimately make a recommendation. But again, next month, there may be a resolution, an election resolution on your agenda, which would send it to your voters in November, and after other recommendations from a bond committee. So, okay, so we'll dive in here. Just a recap here on this slide that you're looking at now. The state of New Mexico says that school districts can bond up to 6% of their total valuation in order to fund and take care of the facilities. So up there on the top right-hand side, we calculate based on the 2024 valuations that the Taos bond capacity limit was 88 million. The district currently has $15 million, 15.5 of outstanding principal that will be repaid here in the coming years. But that leaves you with 72 million of additional capacity that is available to you for your facilities at this point. You see in the bottom right, as you continue to make your debt payments, that capacity increases. And so we look a few years in advance because we're still in the planning stages and preliminary stages. By the time you actually potentially sell or issue bonds, it would probably be 26 or 2027. So we're looking at about 80 to 83 million of capacity in those dates. So you have that much capacity available to you. Of course, that's with voter approval and authorization, but that's the limitation. Next slide, please. Looking here, this is a historical look at your tax rates and the mill levies that have been applied. You can see on the bottom right in the table the residential total and the non-residential total. Both of these have been right about 5.5 here for the last several years. We try and target that amount and manage and keep that as steady as possible. That allows for both the school to have steady income, but also for your residents to have a good idea of what their tax rate will be in any one year. So right about 5.4 is where you are currently and where we've tried to keep you stabilized over the years. Moving on, next slide, please. We've got some detail here. Here on this slide and the next couple. These are your existing bonds, and so each one of them we've listed out the payments and the interest rates, and this is just something we monitor for you and wanted to always look to the existing portfolio when we're looking to potentially take care of new projects and finance new projects. Again, the goal is to try and keep that steady tax rate in payments, which you'll see here on the coming slides. So if you go to the next, please. These are two more. These are the ed tech notes, which are also factored in. And then to the next slide, please. So ending with a summary here, you see there's 4 existing GO bonds going back to 2010. You're paying these off every year. You've paid some off that have already rolled off your total portfolio that we no longer list. But again, these are being paid off each and every year, which provides some additional room as you pay those off in order to the ability to layer on new bonds. If we could go to the next slide, please. I think looking at this one, this bar chart kind of helps understand where these payments are falling off as you make the payments. You'll see 2025 on the left-hand side, and then 2026 relatively level. That dotted line that's laid over the top is the effective mill levy rate or tax rate. And you can see that's nice and steady. That's what we try and do with you. Starting in 27, you're paying off some of those bonds and ed tech notes, and it begins to allow for layering on of these new projects that we've been talking to you about. So as you pay some off, you're able to layer on without a big added increase to your payments each year or the mill levy. So we've been working with this existing structure to try and come up with a new structure to layer on these projects that you're considering. So next slide, please. So as I just showed you, there is some room within your debt portfolio to layer that on without a big extra cost, but why now is the question. Why go through this bond election now? And there's a couple different reasons. Not only are you in the district paying off your debt, but the state of New Mexico has also been providing some opportunities. They understand the aging buildings and school buildings across the state. A lot of districts are needing to either replace or fix and take care of some deferred maintenance projects. And so the legislature, by way of PSCOC and PSFA, actually passed Senate Bill 131, which reduces the local match. So when you work with PSFA, it's expected that you come up with a local portion of your project, and then the state will provide another portion. So in the past, Taos was responsible for paying 94% of a project, and the state would match you 6%. So not a whole lot, but the new matching figure that you're working with through 2027 is down to 63%. So that means the state pays 37% of your project, or a little more than a third of it, if you work with the PSFA and go through their application process, which we are recommending. So that was a big item we wanted to point out. That lower matching actually provides quite a bit of benefit. And I'll show you here the math in just a couple minutes. You can go to the next slide, please. Great. So PSCOC, PSFA, one in the same. They have a couple of different requirements. Basically, once the district uses your local debt capacity, then they will step in to provide funding for projects through a couple different options. You can either get the matching, or you can also apply for the waiver. And we've been evaluating both of these options for you. In order to get that waiver, and the waiver says they'll pay any additional cost after you've exhausted your local debt capacity. The other item, so besides exhausting local debt capacity, basically issuing the full 75 to 80 million of capacity that you have, they also require you to exceed 10 mills in total. So I showed you just a few minutes ago, you're at 5.4 mills right now. So in order to go above 10 mills, you'd have to add, on 5 mills, which is a big tax increase for your residents. That's almost double on the school portion. So we've been looking at some options, and I think what we have for you this evening is a little bit better because instead of going to that 10, we have an option of just going to 7. Um, as I mentioned in my opening statements, there in the middle of the page, you'll see the priorities for funding for the PSFA and PSCOC shall be determined by a statewide adequacy standards. And so the Taos Middle School here in the new list was ranked 11, so pretty high on that list, which means we have quite a bit of confidence we can apply through their program and get that state matching funds that I'm describing, the 37% from the state. The waiver option, when we evaluated it, we don't think that makes as much sense for you because one of the projects, they won't do the high school being outside that top 100 list at this time. And so since it really needs to focus in on the middle school, trying to get the most state funding makes sense when we do the matching. And we have that calculation here on this next page. So I'll walk you through here this math on the next slide, please. Okay, so we wanted to look at what is the estimated cost of a new middle school. And so we went and used some of the PSFA data. They're estimating cost per square foot right now in the $600 to $800 a square foot. As we're all aware, over the last several years, inflation has really driven up construction cost. And so when we apply that, again, these are numbers that we got from PSFA so that we knew what kind of chances we have with their application. So they say the state allowable gross square feet of the middle school is about 104,000 square feet. So when we apply that 600,000 to 800,000 per square feet, you're looking at a project that could range from $62.5 million at $600 a square foot to $83.3 million at 800 square feet. So cost of building schools has gone way up here over the last 5 years, almost double or more than double in a lot of cases. So we wanted to look at if the project were in that middle range, what would be best for Taos Municipal School District. And so you'll see there in the middle part of the page, SB 131 match. Again, that's the reduced matching where you put 63%, the state puts 37%. If you did up to approximately a $50 million of local funding, the state would contribute that 37%, which is about 29 million, and that gets you a project up to about 79 million. Now, if we went the other route and we wanted to get waivers and bond you to full capacity, that would require you increase your mill levy to 10 mills. You would bond for about 65 million locally. But when you're talking about just one project, if it was 79 million, that means the state would kick in about 14 million. So we are recommending we go the SB 131 match route at approximately 50 million. We'll continue to work with staff here over the next month to right size that, but wanted to present this information to you here this evening. So what does that mean? As I mentioned, it'd be about a 2 mil increase. So you would go from 5.4 up to approximately 7.4. So we wanted to provide, what does that look like to people and taxpayers in their monthly mortgage bill? If you're paying, a lot of folks will escrow their payments and taxes, and it's included in their monthly house payment. And so we wanted to break down what that looks like. It's about $11 for a $200,000 market value home, or a 400,000. It might be 20. It's about $22 a month. So compared to some of those other, again, the larger amounts that we had shown you previously, we were anticipating quite a bit more than that, and I'm just trying to pull those numbers. If it had been at 10 mils, it was looking to be for a $400,000 home, it would have been about $641 a year. So upwards of 50 a month. So again, we were the final structure that we came to. It's quite a bit lower of a mill levy increase, but still delivers the same amount of funding for your school project, with more of a with the state contributing more than they would if we did the other 10 mil option. So the state gives you more money, and it's also a lower mill levy is a big reason, and the primary reasons we're looking at this option. So on the next slide, we've got some of the same type of numbers. We just wanted to show you. So in the bottom, again, looking at the bar chart, those dark blue bars are your existing debt payments. And if you were to issue this $50 million bond, it would look like this orange layer that gets added on top. So there's a portion there where for about 4 years it goes up to the 7, but then it starts to come back down for a couple of reasons. It's making space and making sure that we think about, the high school in the future. But also, if that's not the choice, it brings you back to a more reasonable mill levy that may work for the rest of the community. So that's that's a look at the presentation. I'd open it up and be happy to answer any questions. Again, we're looking to provide this on your agenda next month. We do recommend moving forward with the November election this year. It will be 2 more years till in 27 until the next one. So hitting the election this year is the right time, in our opinion. The state is providing these incentives and extra funding if the local community contributes its portion. So happy to discuss any of these items and answer any questions.
Thank you, Brad, for the presentation. Does the board have any questions for Brad in regards to the presentation? Board Member King.
Appreciate it, President Mark. Appreciate it, Mr. Hanks. On the housing for teachers, are we able to use any of these funds for that?
You are, yes, sir. It's that's another program similar to the state match that I described for your school buildings. The PSCOC also is providing similar type matching funds for housing projects, should that be part of your plan. So it would be a separate application, but yes, this type of funds can also be applied to that.
Okay. Are we needing to have the costs in mind before that happens?
Yes, typically when you do the application and we start down that process, we're going to need to have some cost estimates that are pretty solid for housing, whether it's purchasing of homes and refurbishing them, or we've even had some districts that purchase land and modular units to put on those. So, a big step first is forming a bond committee and getting some clarity on, the more specific project and how you want to address the middle school and perhaps teacher housing in preparation for the election. And once you have that voter authorization, if your community approves it and at the estimates and the vision that the committee and you all put together here over the next few months before that November election, then we go to the PSFA and do that application process starting next after the election.
Okay, great. I appreciate it, Mr. Hanks. On page 3, on the graph, are you able to explain the green bar? It looks like it's a running average, but
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have that. It's helpful with some of our more our districts that have a more volatile valuation from year to year. So, for instance, districts that are in the oil and gas regions will have 3 or 4 or 5 years up, and then it comes down. And so we use that to help with future projections with you all because you have nice kind of steady growth. Averaging about 3% growth each year. It's been a little bit higher over the last 3 or 4 years, but it just gives us another tool to try and project, and so that we don't get you in a situation where the mill levy bounces around and has a surprise jump. But basically, that's looking at each year. It's looking at the 5 previous years and gives us the value. That's why it's slightly below the current year.
okay. It looks good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Secretary Trio?
Was looking at the construction estimates and bond statistics, that page. In the bottom where it talks about the potential tax impact in Taos, New Mexico. And these are, excuse me, approximately monthly increases. So if you take, and that's on a $2 mill increase. So on a $200,000 home, it would be $11.11 times 12, because would be the monthly payment. And on a $300,000 home, it would be $16.67 times 12. So on a $400,000 home, it would be $22.22 times 12, which would equal like $266.64 on a $400,000 home. So that's what the taxpayer would be looking at.
On the year, yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Per year. And we had a session, and we were I'm trying to remember who the increase on our homes, and that is the insurance costs. And I believe that it's being looked at statewide, and to see what they can do to decrease the insurance costs that our insurance carriers are charging us. Because I don't know if you have a mortgage, your mortgage probably increased. And so because of the insurance costs. So if you see that, and then you'll see also if we approve this, if the voters approve this bond issue, you'll have, depending on the market value of your home, will increase accordingly also. So again, the state is looking at the insurance. Hopefully they'll be able to help the homeowners. And but again, the needs are incredible when you stop to think that what can you buy with $266.64 if it isn't something so worthy of our students, and are the biggest asset that we have in Taos as a community. And so, we weigh everything, and as homeowners, as taxpayers, as residents of our community, and thinking of what would be the best to maintain our buildings, to house our students. To me, it's a worthy cause to look and see what it is that we can contribute as taxpayers.
Thank you, Secretary Trujillo. Vice President Spray, do you have any comments or questions?
No, thank you, I don't. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Brad. If you could outline for us, I know you've iterated it, but if you could just summarize what would be, I guess, the timeline or the next steps moving forward in regards to getting this on the ballot in November.
Yes, sir. So next month's board meeting, there would be an election resolution where the board considers sending that to the voters for on the ballot in November. We recommend that you form a bond committee that helps to evaluate and provide their own independent recommendation that would be provided to the board and to the public during that same time frame between July and November, so that they can see that information from them as well. So after the election in November, if it is successful, we would then begin in earnest working on the application and working with PSFA to present the project as desired and voters approve, which we anticipate and are looking into the middle school. And we would provide that application to PSFA. If they approve it, we work with them to begin working and to hire an architect for design and engineering of the school. That is usually about a year-long process. And so that would potentially be awarded in the spring of 2026. And so after that, you spend time, once you have the architect and engineer and the drawings, you go back, we continue working with PSFA and ask for a phase 2 approval from them to then fund the construction in tandem with you all. So this is a long process. It will be over a couple years' time. We've already been working on this, with you for about the past year to develop and get to this spot. But the next upcoming steps are, again, a board consideration of an election resolution at your July meeting, followed by the election on the first Tuesday in November, and then beginning to work with PSFA shortly after that in the start of the new year in 2026.
Brad, I have a question. In regards to putting this on the ballot, does a specific project need to be identified, or is it recommended that we identify a specific goal or project that we plan to utilize this money? Or do you see, or has it been done where a district will go out for bonding to pretty much maintain the current tax rate or possibly increase it to generate revenue for various infrastructure projects?
Usually the ballot question is written a little bit broadly so that if your design or your plans change slightly, so that you have flexibility of using those funds. However, when you do a large project like this, with a big price tag, potentially $50 million, it will be important to, communicate with the public, with your voters about, the specific projects and how you're going to use those funds. So, in the meetings and the town hall meetings and various meetings with the bond committee over the coming months before that election, it's important to have projects identified and some cost estimates identified for those projects. But again, the ballot language is a little bit broadly written in case plans change over the coming time. If you're working with PSFA and they recommend that you build it out a different way than maybe you had envisioned, and in order to get the 30 million from the state, you may have to change your design a little bit. So we do recommend, again, the ballot language be written a little bit broader, but it's going to be important to convey over the next several months to the public how you're going to use those funds.
Follow-up question in regards to the ballot question, who typically assists districts in wording and presenting that question? Would that
So
be
you have legal counsel, bond counsel is what they're specifically called. And so we work with lawyers to prep that, the same groups that help provide the resolutions for your board meetings.
Okay, any follow-up questions from the board?
Clarification, sorry. Thank
Of
you,
course,
President Flores.
please.
Hi, Brad. Thank you for the presentation. This is new and I'm not doing it very well. I'm sorry, I was distracted with a conversation with Member Concha on the phone when you were talking and I'm not sure, what is the total amount that the bond, that you're recommending that we go out for bond? Did you say 50 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Just a couple comments. I think that it's important for the board to identify some projects or a project. As stated also, it's very important to communicate and engage with the public. I'd be curious as to, and definitely seek your input, Brad, and also from the board. Something that I popped into my head and as, contemplating the presentation and moving forward, I would think it'd be wise, but I'm not sure because it could be all over the place, to possibly get ad in our local newspaper, stating, Taos Municipal Schools is wishing to request voter approval for a bond, and maybe seek some ideas or thoughts from the community as to what would be a good project. Maybe we could identify what our proposed projects are, and get feedback from the community in regards to that. Is that something that you would recommend? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot there, just want to maybe gather your thoughts as you're very well experienced in assisting districts putting bonds out. How would you recommend we engage the public? And I did hear town hall meetings.
Yes, sir. So the bond committee is really the start to that, and we definitely recommend you put it together a committee that includes members of your community, not that includes maybe a couple members of staff. It may include a board member. but you want a broad array and you want representatives of different parts of the community as well. Um, and that really works to get the word out and provide that public input that I think I hear you describing. And so it starts with them, and they get an inside look at some of the issues. Certainly would evaluate the state adequacy and why they are ranking your middle school or other projects as the 11th highest need in the state amongst all schools across the whole state. And so really getting them to understand the details is the first step to that. And then obviously by word of mouth and talking to neighbors, it will spread that way. But we also do recommend, sometimes we'll have a superintendent or a board member may write an article that goes in the newspaper talking about the needs and really explaining what it means for the community, not just the benefits or the construction type updates, but also the tax impact and how it's going to potentially benefit the children in your community. I would also recommend not just board meetings, but town hall type meetings. So once the bond committee has a month or two to meet, several times, again, that should culminate in a recommendation to the board. We then use that recommendation and some informational items, and we would recommend town hall type meetings. So maybe that's presenting at the Town of Taos meetings. Maybe it's going to local coffee shops and holding meetings or Rotary type club meetings, but certainly need to be proactive. Transparency is always the best recipe for success. Usually, people in the community, once they understand and know the need for some of these improvements, will usually get on board with investing in the projects through voting and ultimately through property tax. But yeah, we need to make sure the community understands that if they put in and approve the 50 million, that the state is looking to put nearly 30 million of their own funds, and that's not typical. That's a good return on their money. Getting 30 million from the state to come into Taos for your school buildings is beneficial. So all that again, we'd recommend that's done through the bond committee, and then a couple of advocates, whether it be a superintendent and a board member that help lead that charge. I will say right now we need to be mindful there are election laws that once you call an election, we can only provide factual information. You're not, as board members, you're not allowed to try and change people's opinion. You can't give your own necessarily opinion on the bond elections. So it'll have to be factual. And again, your bond counsel, the lawyers will prep and give you some more reminders from your board training about what can and can't be said.
Thank you, Brad. I definitely took note. I think it is important, as you stated, and I would agree with moving forward, if we do move forward and however that is, to do some presentations to the other local governing bodies such as the Taos County Board of Commission and the Town of Taos Town Council to get the word out. Those are obviously televised and recorded and are attended, and that'll definitely help the word to spread throughout the community. In regards to the bond committee, is it typical for the board to nominate individuals for that bond committee or also solicit letters of interest of community members that may want to serve and review those and then from there appoint? How is that, your experience with that typical practice?
Yeah, you're right on the money. It's nominations plus notice asking folks, anybody in the community if they want to take part. Ultimately, it can be pretty large, but you need probably like I said, maybe the superintendent and a board member that are leading the charge and try and develop a good broad cross section of the community. I've seen committees that are, probably they're usually at least, I'd say 10 people. I've seen some school districts have, committees that were even, 25 or 30 people. But I do think, 10 to 20 people would be beneficial. A lot of, sometimes people can't make meetings, so it's good to have, multiple voices in the room when you're going through all the needs and explain it. And we'll be available to, do a financial explanation for that committee as well.
Thank you, Brad. Any follow-up questions from the board? No comments? Would the board think it to be a good decision to seek letters of interest from the community, possibly put an ad in this next week's Taos News? I know, I'm pretty sure I think it'd be important to solicit those that may be interested. We may get a lot of interest, we may not get any, so then we would have to do legwork. Okay. Superintendent, could you work on getting an ad up as soon as possible? I guess reach out to the Taos News, find out when their deadline is, and we could work on some verbiage.
Absolutely, and I'll work with Steve to get that verbiage, since they've done this a few times. We'll get it out there, sir.
Okay, and then, so this is not an action item, it's just a presentation, so the action item will come at the upcoming board, our next regular board meeting? Is that correct?
For the committee itself, or,
For,
correct, that's July 23rd, to consideration.
so
Yeah,
I
there.
guess consideration to move this forward,
Resolution, that would be at the time for a resolution
Okay.
at the 23rd, yes, sir.
July 23rd. Trying to cover our next step basis. So that being July 23rd, when would it be a good time for a board discussion on identifying projects for this? Brad, would you be able to chime in on that, I guess? Again, you said the bond committee would work on that, correct?
Yeah, you'll need staff and your operations or your facilities manager will need to provide the committee with some of those items. And we've noted and we think financially, because of the middle school being ranked so high, that it's a good option to take care of first. So the PSFA has a little report on that we can provide. But ultimately, yeah, you need like facilities and superintendent staff to help lead that meeting after the committee is convened, to talk to them about the need for these improvements and the opportunity here at hand.
Thank you, Brad. Superintendent, so I kind of have a question for you. So as stated here, roughly the gross area of square footage for Taos Middle School is 104,191 square feet. I have heard over the course of maybe the last couple years, and it's been noted through data that our enrollment has decreased over time. The dynamics of our community has changed. How would the district identify the necessary and sufficient square footage needed for a new middle school or renovated middle school?
So the way I would look at it, and going back from the bond committee, facilities needs, is we would not only look at current enrollment, but also projected, because the timeframe for the bond, if it passes by the voters, and the timeframe for construction, we'd also have to look at what would be the incoming elementary students to make sure that we are not under capacity. And so we would absolutely look at all the data for student enrollment through the elementaries to see what would be the future impacts. And then from there, work with the companies, the construction companies, to go right ahead and see the best square footage for not just current, but future.
Thank you.
And if I may, President Flores, also when you partner with the state and the PSFA, they also, have some of their, calculators and best practices that they'll be recommending through the design stage and process.
Thank you, Brad. We have our middle school principal here. Could I borrow a few moments of your time, ask you a couple questions? Having served at the middle school and as our principal, what are your sentiments in regards to, obviously, who would not want a new school? Obviously, new and improved is something everybody aspires to have. It's a new vehicle, a new house, a new school. What kind of needs do you see at the middle school right now? Is the campus serving its students sufficiently with its size? Is it too big, too small? If you could just kind of speak briefly, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
So the button on the right with the little person speaking, just press and hold.
We could hear you.
We can hear you.
Right now, I was trying to think in my head quickly as you were asking that question. And I think right now we have six classrooms that are being used as offices. So they're empty classrooms, really. And we have 2 empty classrooms. So that's 8 total. Since before COVID, we've lost 100 students. So we're at about 350, 360, depends on the week.
How many students did we
350.
lost?
The average, we've lost 100.
Oh, we lost 100.
So before COVID, we were about 445, 450. The square footage is probably pretty large, but it's too much. We have a lot of space. We really do. But our gym is excellent. It's in good shape. So as I'm thinking of everything that you're saying, I was even telling Ms. Martinez that you could even build around the gym, like, and keep the gym, because the gym is really, really in good shape. And we have the auxiliary gym also that's in good shape. So there's a lot. I can't foresee that it would cost that much if we could, really look at it and build around, or even just renovate certain sections.
Definitely, I think that process will evolve through I think the conversations that we'll have with the bond committee and seeking input from yourself.
School used to hold 900 students. So every single classroom had kids in it. Like I said, now we have 2 empty classrooms and 6 or 7 being used as offices. So yeah, it could be smaller.
Thank you for that. I think, yeah, definitely as we go through that design process, engage an architect and an engineer, the cost of construction is relatively high. I also think of whenever you demo a structure or you don't have use for that, all of that material ends up in our landfill.
Right.
If we can preserve and renovate various portions of the facility and also construct new, more adequate spaces would be something that I would advocate for. I, went, of course, being a Taos High graduate, attended Taos Middle School. We do have a beautiful gym. The auxiliary gym is in good shape as well. So we could definitely, I guess, as this conversation evolves, we'll dive in a lot deeper. And
This is exciting though.
yeah, well, thank you for your input. Appreciate that. Okay, so I guess we won't belabor this conversation any further. I think it will have its time for it to be belabored. Thank you, Brad, for your presentation. Thank you for all the work you and your company have done. I know you guys have been up here numerous times. It's always very nice to see you guys also at our conferences. We look forward to continuing to work with you. And again, appreciate your time and effort and many trips you've taken down to Taos, and look forward to engaging with you again.
Yes, sir. Our pleasure, and we'll be with you next month.
Thank you, sir.
Alrighty, bye.
So have a good evening, Brad.
Good night. Thanks.
So moving right along out of presentations, next item is a consent agenda. We have quite a large consent agenda with a total of 17 items. We did approve the agenda as presented. I don't have any specific concerns or questions regarding any of the items on the consent agenda. What is the board sentiments to go ahead and move forward with the approval of the consent with pending a recommendation from our superintendent? Superintendent Layton, do you have a recommendation regarding the 17 items on the consent agenda? I know they're all here for public record and been presented, made available to the public, shall I say. I don't expect you to read through each individual title of them. What would be your recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I recommend consideration and approval of the consent agenda from 9.1 all the way through 9.17 as presented on the agenda.
Superintendent Layton has a recommendation for approval. Would any member of the board like to make a motion to approve?
I should have probably brought it up. I was looking at the is it called a dietitian? Person one's making 95 an hour for the assessment, and the other one was 100. Looks like it was the same type of service. Is that, I don't know if Ms. Brasher can comment on it. It's from Lisa Maria Romero, they're in Mexico Education Diagnostic LLC, and then we had another diagnostic.
Board Member King, if you could please identify which numerical.
It's yeah. So the item on the agenda, let's see. Consent, rather. Yeah. Let's see.
9.8 and 9.9?
Yeah, exactly. Alicia Romero. Yeah, so 9.8 and 9.9. I was just curious why the difference.
Board members, Dr. Layton, they went out for RFP, and actually these two individuals are local. We require 3 to 4 diagnosticians / school psychs to be able to evaluate all the students we require each year, and one of them has more experience than the other. One of them is this, I believe, is the 3rd year, and the other, I think, it's been 8 or 9. That would be, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
So there is a recommendation from superintendent. I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, items 9.1 through 9.17.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Cynthia. Call for the roll, please.
I just want to verify that Concha, Board Member Concha is online. Board Member Concha. Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Okay, item 10 is student outcomes, campus principal presentation. We have two of our school sites presenting tonight. First is Ranchos Elementary Board presentation. Dr. Madeline Serna Marmal, principal.
Good evening, Board President Flores, members of the board, and Dr. Layton. We're here to celebrate Ranchos Elementary School and their end of the year progress. Our last campus report really highlighted our iReady scores and how much our students improved from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And so this board presentation will be really highlighting the awards from our last awards assembly, our fourth quarter awards assembly. Next slide. So in the fourth quarter, we handed out nearly 450 different awards for attendance, for math achievement, for reading achievement, classroom achievement, for our teachers, and then AVID awards and our citizenship awards, which we call our Mustang Awards. In this picture, you can see the students that received math awards, and they all got math medals as well. So they were really enthusiastic. Our attendance was phenomenal for the fourth quarter. Our tier 1 attendance in the third quarter, we handed out 120 certificates, and in the fourth quarter, we handed out 173 certificates. So that meant that our students, 173 of our students in the fourth quarter were 4 days or less they missed school. We had we handed out perfect attendance awards, and we had one student who had perfect attendance the entire year. We had about 14 students. We had about 14 students that were perfect attendance for the fourth quarter. But we like to emphasize tier 1 attendance because the majority of our students do not have perfect attendance, but they do have 4 days or less, so 10% or less days missed. We handed out for attendance for our best classroom all year long was Miss Christine Martinez, and she won the GOAT Award, greatest of all time. And it's going to be a traveling trophy. These are our students, the 173 who won the best attendance for fourth quarter. And so her classroom, her second grade classroom, was the greatest of all time, and that will be a traveling trophy. So next year, we hope that maybe second grade or another grade will get the GOAT trophy. So it's actually a GOAT with attendance. And actually, we had 19 students with perfect attendance in the fourth quarter. So we're really proud of them. And we're really proud of Maricruz. She's there in the front with her little red bag. Maricruz Aguilar, who was perfect attendance for the entire year. And then for our family and community engagement, all of our parents were present at our pre-K graduation or moving up ceremony, our kindergarten ceremony, and our 5th grade ceremony. So we were really excited about that. Ranchos participated in the district pre-K ceremony, and that was held here at the old Armory building. And I don't know what it's called now. It's a UNM Taos building. Town Hall. Thank you. Baton Hall. When I was a kid, we had PE in there, and it was a a different title of the building. So, but it was really great. And as you can see there in the middle picture, our pre-K students, our 16 pre-K students participated. The picture on the top is our kindergarteners, and we were really excited about them. And then the picture on the bottom highlights our first grade Aloha lunch. And so they were saying farewell to the school year, and they all participated in a luncheon. Our students also participated in field trips, and I was really excited. I actually went with the student council to Albuquerque to Explora, but they really had, although they had a lot of fun at Explora, they really had fun eating at Cane's, which is a chicken strip place, and they were really excited about that. Our fourth graders went to a trampoline park, but they also went to a reptile farm, which I did not agree to go with them on that one, but they went to a reptile farm. And the second graders went to the Albuquerque Biopark. So they researched animals before they went, and then they went to the zoo, which was really exciting for them. In our culture and climate, wellness, and school safety, we're really looking at restorative practices. And I was one of my departments when I was at Albuquerque Public Schools was restorative practices. So we're really looking at circles. We're really looking at relationship building and reducing and preventing harmful behavior. Many of our students have the same repetitive behavior, and we do have some practices in place, but we really want to look at more restorative practices. I know that the secondary is really going to be focusing that on next year, and we would like to join them as well, really participating in 2 of the 5 R's for now to begin our 25-26 school year. Some of the initiatives that we're looking at for next year are STEAM. So we finally have a location for our new STEAM lab. And we're really going to be starting with 3rd grade through 5th grade. We are looking at some of the areas that our students struggled with in iReady, and that's informational text and vocabulary for language arts. And for math, it was measurement data and algebra. So those are some of the things that we'll be looking at for our STEAM lab. We also want to concentrate on creating literacy centers in all of our classrooms to help with informational text. And I've been working with our librarian because we actually reopened our library 2nd semester, and really working with him on having more books that concentrate on informational text. So more books that our students like sports, the arts, they like biographies. So really having them check out those types of books, as well as fictional books, but more books that concentrate on informational text. We also are going to have more civics engagement. So we had our student council that started this year, and we had school-wide elections pre-K through 5th grade to vote for our president and our vice president. But we're also going to try to work with our community partners to get our students more engaged in the community and really look at that and focus on becoming better citizens. And also geography and New Mexico history. I'm particularly really interested in geography. I travel a lot. So we talk to students. I've been to now 46 out of the 50 states, so I have 4 more states. So we talk a lot in the classrooms about travel and geography. And so we are really going to be concentrating on that and New Mexico history next school year. Thank you so much. Thank you, board members, for really being supportive with us this year and really helping Ranchos Elementary School, not only with our academics, but our school building as well. And happy Juneteenth tomorrow. So we hope that you celebrate that. Thank you so much. I stand for questions.
Does the board have any questions or comments for Dr. Senator Marmal? Board Member King and then Vice President Spray.
I appreciate your enthusiasm actually the whole year. I've had some, a grandparent that I know and she, complimented on your, just you meeting the students and also holding them up and lifting them up. Actually, it's just great. I appreciate Dr. Senator Marmo of your just tying in with all the current events. I know you went to Notre Dame, so I like the idea of goats and March Madness and civics. You obviously are picking up from our board meetings and you're already one step ahead of us. So I really appreciate you bringing the big city back to Taos and the love that you give and your enthusiasm and your professionalism.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
No.
that. I just went to my reunion 2 weeks ago in South Bend, so it was really wonderful.
How was the humidity?
Actually, it was cold. It was really cold that weekend.
Vice President.
Thank you, President Forrest. Hi. I never admit this, but I was born in South Bend.
Were you really?
Yes, I
Oh,
was.
wow.
Very few people are. David Letterman was. I try to be funny like him. I completely agree with everything Member King just said about your personality and how hard you obviously work. And I wanted to particularly tell you how happy I am to hear about your restorative practices and your focus on those. And the STEAM lab, of course, and I was going to mention civics engagement. I think that's great. And the literacy centers made me just so happy. I'm so happy you're working like this with these kids at this young age. It's so wonderful. And the geography and New Mexico history, you guys, the school doesn't often mention that. It's really cool. And I wanted to let you know that Larry Martinez, the jeweler, he'll die that I mentioned him on this meeting, but he and I have talked a lot. He is fanatic about the local history here, particularly in Taos. And I've said to him, you should go talk to kids about it because he gets so excited. He's like a little kid himself, kind of. And he gets so excited about it. So you might think of him as a resource.
Oh, we would love that.
He's really
He is a
awesome.
wonderful person.
Yeah,
so-
and he is so, I mean, he named off for me 12 books to read like in 2 minutes. He goes, here you go, da, 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 da. And so I think he'd like to be asked.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Senator Marmal, I definitely agree with everything the board has stated. My sentiments is your leadership at that school site's been transformational. You're really changing the culture over there in Ranchos and the climate, from your recognition of student achievement to family engagement. It's just ecstatic to hear everything that's going on at Ranchos, and we're very appreciative of your leadership and thankful to have you as our principal there. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is our Taos Cyber Magnet Board presentation by Mrs. Carla Martinez, Principal and Continuous School Improvement Coordinator.
Good evening, President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Layton, and audience. I'd like to share with you our final presentation for the school year. Taos Cyber Magnet was very proud to have the graduation for 2 graduates on May 30th at 10:30, and I'd like to extend my appreciation to the board members who attended. It was really nice to see so many of our community members, as well as our staff members and representatives from the community at the graduation. And Cyber, as we all know, is a micro school. So what we do is a little unique, but it was really nice to have that representation from the school board. So again, thank you for attending. For our students, as you heard during the graduation, most of our students spoke to the challenges that they overcame during the school year and learning new ways to approach their academics. And that is reflected in the course completion for our students, when we look at the end of the semester course completion, 95% of our students were able to complete their courses successfully. And any student who didn't complete, they were actually our lead teacher, Ms. Mari Chavez, worked with the students to go ahead and finalize those courses, gave them a little bit of extended time, worked with them so that we were able to close out those courses for the students, and they're able to make progress towards graduation. So that was another great accomplishment for our students for the year. We currently have 4 students who are taking summer school courses. Ms. Chavez is working with them. We had initially done a proposed schedule where the students were in more frequently, but due to other obligations, work and family obligations, none of our students were able to participate. So went back to the drawing board and were able to come up with a schedule that met both the needs of our students as well as provided some oversight and monitoring from our lead teacher. So Ms. Chavez is walking 4 of our students through classes for summer school. Again, trying to capture those credits that they're behind in so that we can make sure that they graduate on time. Our goal, again, our focus at Taos Cyber has been closing some of those gaps, academic gaps in reading and math. This last year, we were able to apply for and receive a Title I grant, and we utilized those funds to hire a reading or ELA interventionist. And she worked side by side. We didn't hire her until second semester, but she was able to work side by side with our students, which gave them not just the emotional support, but then also a very strong foundation in how to structure written responses. And she was able to identify from their iReady scores some general areas that needed whole group instruction, and was able to provide that. Our goal is to apply for that grant again for the 25-26 school year and use some of those funds to continue that work with our reading interventionist. Our goal is to restructure that intervention. We had initially began with whole group instruction, and then the individualized supports the students are working through any of their writing projects. But for the 25-26 school year, we would like to do by grade level. So pull our 9th graders together, identify some of those standards that we've seen through iReady scores, as well as through their curriculum that they need additional support with, and then provide that pre-support in their writing, because a lot of our students get to that writing project, they get stuck, and then there's a delay in them being able to continue with their coursework. So we're flipping that, looking at the curriculum, identifying what those writing projects are, and then pulling that back 2 to 3 weeks before they hit that, so that they can continue to make progress in their coursework and really make them, help them understand that there's a way to plan for larger projects so they don't hit the wall of frustration and then there's a delay in them moving forward. So a lot of conversation with our reading interventionist and Ms. Chavez on how to restructure that. So students get that grade level support, their individualized support, and then support for their specific writing projects in mostly their language arts and their social studies classes. Family and community engagement, I just want to emphasize again, we had over 50 family members and friends attend graduation. And for those of you who are here, you could see us frantically pulling out more chairs because we didn't, I guess we underestimated the number of individuals who would be here. And it was just really beautiful to see the success of our 2 graduates. The school continues to make those efforts to bring the families into our school and make it feel welcoming. I'll reference the parent survey that we did at, I think 2 board meetings ago when I presented. Our families do feel that Taos Cyber Magnet supports and provides that support to their students as well as them. We'd like to continue that so that families know where their students are. The conversation about graduation and credits is one that's just normalized. It's not something that happens in a crisis. And so that's the work that we've been doing with our families as well as the staff within the classrooms. Culture, climate, and welfare. So a lot of the work that we've done with Tau Cyber is to really shift some of the perspectives of our students as they come to school every single day. We acknowledge that there are challenges with attendance and academics. And one of the major focus areas, both this year as well as continuing into next year, is providing those supports for our students. So in collaboration with Ms. Chavez, our tutors, as well as our district SEL coach, as well as PED and lots of other individuals, we've made that a major focus for next year. Our hope is to address attendance through SEL supports. A lot of our students would benefit from developing some coping skills and how to manage schedules and academic demands so that they feel more comfortable coming to school every day. We also want to make sure that the school provides more social emotional supports. Ms. Chavez has done an amazing job of morning and afternoon restorative circles for our students, conversations about how do we tackle big projects, what are the things that we need to move forward on, and we want to continue that work for this next year, more so with a focus on attendance, because that can definitely impact our students' progress towards course completion and just being able to access the supports that we provide within the classroom. So SEL interventions that are more scheduled, we definitely have worked that into the schedule for next year. So the 25-26 daily schedule will have, well, it's our weekly schedule, we'll have SEL time every single week. So we're not trying to fit it in at some point, it's actually scheduled. So the things that are important, we're putting into the schedule. And then data tracking. I think one of the most important pieces is understanding where our students are. That holistic data perspective that I've shared in the past, not just looking at are our students completing their courses, but how do they feel coming to school? What are our attendance issues? Do we need to provide additional supports for social work? Can we communicate and collaborate with community partners? And then just tracking all of that information moving forward into the school year so that we have an idea if we're actually impacting the things we want to impact and if it's a positive change. And if not, well, then how do those things need to be shifted? So systems, operations, policies, and procedures. Again, I'm going to reference back to that data tracking. Ms. Chavez and I have set up some trackers, simple Excel sheets that allow us to identify our students, where they are in their credits towards graduation, based on the year that they entered into high school, as well as incoming freshmen who will have new graduation requirements. Our goal is also to look at dual credits options for our students to make sure that we can increase that opportunity for our students so they can begin to take advantage of that relationship with UNM Taos. Also looking at open houses for our families so that they understand the resources that are available with Taos Cyber Magnet. Often our families, we share it with our students because they come to school. It's harder to get families to come in, but we definitely want to make sure that they're aware of the resources that are available, whether it's social, emotional, restorative practices, academic supports, whatever it is. That way families are able to kind of push from their end or lean into one of our staff to request that support. And then an intervention tracker, we want to make sure that we've made SEL a priority for the school year. This year, we are making it a priority for next year. We definitely want to make sure that we're tracking what's going on in the classroom and whether or not those incidents seem to come down. So that data tracker is something that will help us identify that. And then again, continue with our perception surveys, which we started at the end of this last school year, but we want to continue that for parents and students, as well as staff for the beginning of the year, mid-year, and end of year, just to see any trends that help us kind of shift what's being done at the school. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. I stand for questions.
so much for the presentation. And I was just really honored to be at graduation that day. But what stood out for me was when the different students spoke, they admitted their struggles. And I think that that's something that they shared together, that it was a struggle for them, but they were there. And their families were there. So it wasn't just them, it was them and their families graduating, being a part of CyberMagnet. And to me, that says a lot, because that is what I think should be families and community, just having that extension out there. And, but it was just amazing, because I believe that you mentioned that the criteria isn't any less than the graduates that were going to be graduating at the high school. And to me, that is incredible, because you don't know what brought them to CyberMagnet. We just don't know the depth of their struggles, and yet they were there. They made it through, and I commend you all. And for the patience and the love and nurturing that you have had for each one of those students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I want to thank you again for attending. I think our students, they oscillate between being acknowledged and seen, but then also like to step back into the shadows sometimes. And so graduation was one of those days where they're like, okay, you can see us and acknowledge us. I think Dr. Layton asked me multiple times for a student to come and do the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance. And they're like, no, no, no. So our students do appreciate that recognition. So thank you for attending. And we also try to normalize struggle. It's part of life. And so the students speaking to that and sharing that with their peers as well as the community, it's just what we do. Is anything that we engage in, anything that's worth the work is going to have some sense of struggle with it. So we want to normalize it and just say, there's a path forward.
But again, this avenue of CyberMagnet is absolutely incredible that Taos Municipal School has this.
Thank you.
Member King?
Well, Ms. Martinez, I've seen you at the high school and your excellence in teaching, and as reflective of your biological kids. And it's great to have the CyberMagnet pathway for the students. I think we all know the value of a diploma. However we get that, I think the kids are better citizens, and that's our goal, I'm sure, to be tax-paying citizens. So we're going to miss you. But I said personally, come back. I think there's a chess piece in our northern New Mexico, but we wish you the best. And
Thank you. I
wish you the
appreciate that.
best of luck
Thank you.
in all your work.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, for your presentation. Over the course of your time serving as principal for CyberMagnet, your leadership has been very uplifting.
Thank you.
Appreciate the work you've done to change the perspective of the students, but not only the outside perspective of what CyberMagnet does in Serva. And from what I understand, the enrollment numbers seem to be going up a little bit, if I'm not mistaken.
So we're kind of capped at the number of students we can serve, but we definitely, I will say, have changed that perspective. We now have students who are looking at CyberMagnet as an alternative. They're looking for a smaller learning environment, and it's not seen as that school. It's seen as an opportunity for them to excel in a way that meets their needs. And so I do see that in our community as we've had conversations with charter schools and students from the middle school, that it's a good option for students who are looking for that unique environment. So thank you.
Very well said. Yes, it's a great opportunity. Yes, we're going to miss you.
I will miss everybody as well.
Yeah. We've had very thankful and the opportunity to see you grow professionally, and from being a teacher to an administrator and to moving on to a larger role
Thank you.
at another district. I would definitely hate to see you go, but I wish you the best, and I know you will do very well for those students and those families there, and maybe one day you'll find your way back over here.
From the stories that I heard from all of our retirees, they went away and came back. So that We never know.
Well,
I would
thank
be
you
happy
for,
to.
thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it
Thank
very
you so much.
Vice President.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that your students are capped at a certain number at Cyber Mesa. What is that number?
So we're at 16 right now,
Uh-huh.
just based on our space as well as the number of licenses. I will say that Cyber Magnet does, it's an expensive program because we only have our lead teacher who does not teach all of the classes. The licensure that we need to purchase in order to offer a full spectrum of courses, it's pricey. So there's a couple of things that the district has to balance in order to make sure that we're staying within, fiscal responsible, needs. And so we have, I think our goal has been to provide a huge amount of in-person support for the tutoring and the interventions, and then allow the coursework to come from the online programming. And then that way we're not limited in what the students can actually participate. So they can take classes from just your general education classes. They have options with CTE. They have options for honors and AP classes. So that broad spectrum of coursework is available to them, doing the licensure the way that we do through Edgenuity. And then we invest in the personnel who can help the students meet those academic goals.
Thank you for that. Do you have any idea, what is your guess of how many students would really want to participate with Cyber Mesa if it were open to more kids?
I don't know right now. I think we're still in that beginning process of shifting perspectives about what cyber offers. I've spoken to parents who weren't aware that we did honors and AP coursework at cyber. Their understanding was that it was just a general curriculum. And so that I think requires a little bit more work on our part to share that and communicate that with the community so that we have a better idea of who would like to participate in that smaller learning environment.
Right.
It's an unknown right now, I guess.
Okay, thank you for the information. I didn't know
course.
either of those things. It's interesting. Thank you.
Well, thank you. This will probably be the last board meeting. We'll see
It
you
will be.
Thursday. So
Thank you.
we'll definitely miss you in the audience and miss you in the building. But look forward to seeing you around the community and all the great work you'll do at your new district.
Thank you.
Renetta might miss you.
Nah, she'll be happy I'm gone. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Oh, Board Member King, I'm sorry.
That lends itself to the earlier agenda item with the bonds, with this pathway with the cyber school. Middle school would be a great location to grow and for the community. I think we have a niche there in the community.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's funny how it's filling the gap.
Mhm.
You know, you really never shrink. You always keep what you have. And now we can maybe grow our student enrollment as well as resources.
Good thought, yes. Okay, so as part of the agenda, we also have campus reports for review from Taos High School, Taos Middle School, Arroyos del Norte, Ninos Garcia, for the board to review. I want to thank all our administrators for the time that they take to present these reports to the board and to the community. Also appreciate all their work and the leadership of all of our principals at these school sites. Moving right along, item 11 is superintendent report, Dr. Antonio Layton Jr.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. So for this report, go right ahead and give a little pause so we can put it up there. But for this report, 11.1 is about foundational goal 2, educational excellence. So 2 weeks ago, we were at the NMSBA Law Conference. And so I just wanted to highlight a few items that we picked up from there. One of them was the anti-distraction bill policy language. I was proud to say that although at the updates, they were talking about going ahead and putting policy in place with the language, we were ahead of the curve. Nonetheless, we did receive the verbiage to it, and we're going to make sure that any comparisons or anything that we need to add, will be coming up through the next policy update. But they did mention the fact that it is now in statute, and so all the districts are doing this in particular. So I just wanted to mention that as far as our district, we were ahead of the curve, and so now that it has become statute, we'll be reviewing the policy language to make sure if there's anything that we need to either add or to change for the policy for this upcoming school year based on statute.
Superintendent, when you say anti-distraction bill, that relates to cell phone? I
That is
believe?
correct. That is correct. The official language is anti-distraction bill, but is the cell phone, AKA cell phone policy. Up next, the NMSBA sent, was talking about the new legislative updates by statute. So they've already sent it. Mr. Guillen has already sent it to all the superintendents across the state. We've already forwarded to our HR office, so we can begin reviewing and checking to see what policies based on those legislative updates need updating. And we should be able to bring that up in the next few board meetings. So I just wanted to make the board aware that don't be surprised if you see quite a few policies based on statute now that we have to update. Next one, NMPD or MPED is looking at doing an accreditation model, or I should say they are implementing an accreditation model. For the 25-26 school year, they're going to be doing a pilot program. And so some schools are selected to enact the accreditation process. We're not there, but we have begun the process of communicating. Our finance analyst, Lucas, already sent us some requirements that he sent out to his particular schools that he's overseeing. One of us is, of course, us. And so based on the language, there's some requirements that we're going to be submitting to PD as part of the year-long process to start the implementation for the 26-20 school year for all districts. But for this year, it's a pilot program for selected districts to begin an accreditation process.
Quick question, Superintendent, how were those districts selected?
PD did not mention how they selected it. I'm assuming that some of them volunteered through contacts, but we were not selected. And it's a double-edged sword, of course, because we'd like to see it ahead of the game, but at the same token, it's so new that this one, we'll see what the process holds. And they did mention at the accreditation component of it that there could be possible changes based on what the pilot's program sees this year. The other one, the other one that I visited was the tribal consultation and talked about Senate Bill 163 with tribal regalia. And so in that particular one, the emphasis was just keeping open communication with the tribes that were in the particular state. We did have our Ms. Lujan attend I believe it was last Wednesday, they had a meeting of all the governing councils. And so, but this one in particular talked about tribal regalia for our graduation. And so in this particular piece, we'll be working to ensure with our Taos Pueblo to make sure that their selection of what they would like to see as regalia is something we can incorporate. And so based on the particular meeting, they talked about how at the Pueblo, they're the ones who are going to be selecting which regalia to provide to the district or inform the district so that we can go right ahead and make that part of policy. And the last one that I just wanted special emphasis on was SPED and procedural safeguards. There was a laundry list of specific guidelines and safeguards that were listed in the SPED presentation. Along the lines is just to make sure that keep an eye out for the federal programs, that funding in particular. No notifications have gone out for us in particular, but just to keep an eye out for the safeguards for the federal funding, should they have an impact within our district. Up next, proposal for the Taos Municipal School District seal and flag. So this is a project we've been looking at this year, and one of the things that different districts have, Albuquerque, Los Alamos, Española, they use a district seal and flag to encompass the entire district as a whole. It doesn't mean that they not include any of the schools or that nature, but they incorporate either seals or overall logo for the district as a whole. And so what you see here are just 3 different versions draft versions that were created. And it's sample seals and potential flags that we could have for the district as a whole. So it's Taos Municipal School District, not necessarily per campus. And again, different districts do this. I just wanted to share with you a potential proposal. The process would be we would go to the public for feedback, go to our staff, our students, provide that feedback back to the board, and should the board collectively decide, we could move forward with a seal for the district, including a flag. But that's a process in itself. And this is just 3 different versions of potential. As you can see, some of them are very unique to our community. The Taos Pueblo Mountains, of course, is on there. The shield itself is an example of the ZIA, where the top left is about academics, the top right is arts, bottom left is athletics, and of course, the bottom right is about graduation. The center of the ZIA represents how the district thinks of students as a whole, all the way from elementary to secondary. We'll be putting out different versions out there, whether they would like to include the mountains, the shield, or different variations, but we will provide that feedback should the board choose to consider the proposal. The next slide is what a flag would potentially look like. I just used one because it was so many slides that you could fit. But nonetheless, this would be an example. So whatever seal the community would give feedback and the board would decide on, this would be something that we could place in front of our district building or other buildings. But this would potentially look like just as a flag version. Any questions for this one in particular?
And just a comment, I think it's a great initiative. I like the version of the mountain personally. But we'll get feedback from all staff and community.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So up next, we've been slowly inching in towards full implementation of our Diligent Community Board Agenda Platform. So what you see here is the homepage. And one of the things that we want to do, and part of my role and responsibility, is to try to bring in more community input into our board meetings, not just for presentations or recognitions, but to be part of the whole agenda and meeting itself. So Anna, if you can click the link. So that's an active link. I wanted to show you what the actual home site will look like. So it has some pictures that we get through the year that will rotate. Top right corner, you'll see a schedule of the different board meetings, connections with the different social media. For today's meeting, it's a highlight. So when you click on that particular meeting, it sends you straight to today's agenda or today's board meeting. In that board meeting, you'll see the entire, as we mentioned earlier, the agenda with links to all the agenda packet so that we can be even more transparent with our community. And so if you look at the very top, I don't know if you can scroll down a little bit, thank you. There's 2 links that you can click. You can click on the agenda or the full agenda packet. Either one is up to the public. And so the board at the previous meeting has already approved the upcoming meetings. So as you can see, all the upcoming meetings are set there. So once they become published, as approved by the board president, then the links become active. And now you can have access, or the community can have access to any of our board meetings or agendas. You want to go to the calendar component. It's another section that you can click on to find out all the available dates. We already have an active link to our upcoming board school year, board agendas for all the meetings. But that calendar in particular will have, as you scroll per month, we'll have the agendas. And of course, if we have special board meetings, we'll go ahead and make those available to the public. And so if you scroll to the top, go back to the meetings. Thank you. And if you scroll back to the bottom, those are the different meetings, whether they're regular, special board, finance committee meetings. You'll be able to find all those meetings once they have become active, so to speak. And that means there's a lot of ability to be transparent with everything that we are voting on or considering for approvals. Now, how does this connect to our engagement for our community? There is a feature that we will be pushing out in July that to the public as well as to our staff that allows anyone to subscribe to this platform. So what that means is once a board meeting or agenda is published, they get an email notification that allows them to know that now this particular board meeting, whether it's special, finance committee, will be active. And they'll get a notification of the meeting agenda itself. Some of the quick links that you see there, of course, is the welcome message. There in the top right-hand corner, you can see our historical meetings from this year to last year. We'll provide some links for even prior years. The subscribing link will also, again, give the public and anyone interested in subscribing to our agendas and notifications. There's links for IPA request, to our board policy, and even to the Board of Education. And so, Anna, if you can click on the link on the lower right-hand corner. Yes, thank you. That'll go directly to our board page, just so that you know that there are active links within the actual website itself. So we're hoping we're launching this come July 1st, so that our public can be aware of any of the meetings that we have, including agenda packets. Any questions? Or at this point, that concludes my presentation, but I stand for questions.
Board have any questions or comments for Superintendent Layton on the items presented? Board Member King?
On the SIL, Superintendent, I appreciate you showing us that. Is that going to be open up? Are you going to have something on the website? How are you going to go about public input on voting, things like that?
That's a good idea. We could put it on the website.
That is correct. And so we're going to use all forms of communication, which is social media, website. We'll send it out there through our Thrill Share so we can get as much community feedback as we possibly can. Very similar or akin to the cell phone policy component of it, where we sent it out there for public notice and give them a timeline so we can provide whatever feedback we can get to ensure that we get community, staff, and student input.
So what's your thoughts on the timeline?
Thinking 2 to 3 weeks, but then of course, depending on the feedback. So if we get very minimal feedback, we'll keep rolling out the communication piece so that the public is aware it's out there and our staff as well. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Once we receive the feedback, then we can start looking at different designs and then keep putting it out there. Ultimately, of course, whatever finalization that we're looking at, we'll bring to the board for final approval, since it does impact the district. Yes, thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, moving along to the next order of business on the agenda is our Finance Director report. 12.1, consider approval of distribution of capital improvement tax levy receipts to charter schools in accordance with 22-25-7C, New Mexico statutes and noted 1978. Director of Finance, Mrs. Tanya Maestas.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, Ms. Maestas will be reporting in just a moment. But Director Maestas, including Carol, they brought this to our attention. And so I'm going to defer back to Ms. Maestas, but this is something that has gone back since 2018. And so there's a little bit of the clerical side, but nonetheless, thank you, Director Maestas and Carol. I don't know if she's online, but for bringing this up to our attention when it came to the particular resolution.
So this, we stumbled upon. It was an error that was done back in 2019. And so we met with President Flores, a little bit about it to kind of get his feedback on it. But what happened was in the past, the resolution included the charters, which the new version in 2023, I believe, was inadvertently left out. So they left the charters out. So the charters started reaching out to us and they and they I don't like those. Anyway, and they let us know that the county had let them know that they were left out. So with that said, the resolution that we're presenting for approval tonight is to add the charters back on. So the county can send the funding directly to the charters instead of sending it to the district for us to funnel, do the flow through. Because it creates a lot of mess and heartache and stress on the district and the finance office. So we request, your approval to add them back on so the county can now distribute the money directly to them each.
One other district, President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, one other district did come across this. It was Albuquerque Public Schools. So in looking at that in particular, we modeled what they did as far as how to resolve the, I don't know if it's accidental or a way that they didn't have the community school, excuse me, not the community schools, the charter schools in it. So we modeled that resolution. We did go through our legal. We actually had to go back to Cuddy McCarthy to make sure that it was something we could move forward with.
We believe that they just accidentally left it out. So in future, this will last again for another 5 years. So in the future, any of you all are still here, make sure that the charters are included before you guys sign off on the resolution. It's not something you would have kind of known unless you compared them side by side. But you know what happened is now we're trying to get it fixed before July 1.
So I have a question. So the previous resolution was approved and it excluded the charter schools. And this is just a question, doesn't foreshadow my thinking. Is this district required or mandated to include the charter schools?
President Flores, like we spoke with Carol the other day, she advised that it would be beneficial for us to include them, just to avoid heartache and kind of issues down the road. If you did not include them, I'm not really too sure what would, I don't know that we have the actual option to say, hey, we can include these ones, but not these ones. Do you know what I mean? So that's something that we could probably go back and talk to the county about, and then talk to legal to see what they advise.
So President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, we did talk to Cuddy McCarthy, and what they mentioned was since the charters were on the original capital improvement tax levy, so it is incumbent upon us to include them because they were on there when the tax levy did pass. So because they were on there, we should do that. And just wanted to mention that we did review with that just to be sure.
If I may, they distribute the money by percentage of students per charter per school. So, Taos is bigger, so we get the majority of the money, but they do to the county based on a percentage student rates.
PED did have a timeline or a deadline of Friday, of this past Friday. We did have to go all the way up the chain to PED to allow us the opportunity to extend their deadline so we can put it as part of the budget. And so they did graciously provide us an extension to tomorrow, pending board approval tonight.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I have one. I want to thank you for finding this. Thank you so much for doing that. That's fantastic work. Thank you. I had one other question, which is not directly related to us passing it or not, but in the supporting paperwork, it talks about a tax levy on the ballot from November of 2023 that refers to that. Does anyone here, and you wouldn't know, you weren't in your job then, does anyone know how much that tax levy was in 2023 since we're considering another one?
No, ma'am, I don't, but that's something we can
We could look
research.
it up.
Yeah,
I'd like to
absolutely.
know.
That way-
I would like to know how much, what the voters are going to be thinking about that. Thank
Yes.
you. Okay, thank you. I'd like an answer to that. Thank you.
Secretary
Thank you,
Trujillo?
President Flores.
The only comment I have is that, again, if it just, the money flows directly from the county to the charters, it's less work for finance over here on this end. And so that, to me, and again, just having that language in the very beginning, the inception of the tax levy, then it lends itself to this resolution.
Mhm. I agree.
Further comments or questions? Board working?
Yeah, I think it'll be totally pertinent with us looking at a potential resolution for a bonding mill, having a charter involved. It's always positive.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas, for presenting this to the board and also for your diligence in identifying this discrepancy. Superintendent, this is an action item. Do you have a recommendation for the board?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I recommend consider approval of the distribution of capital improvement tax levy receipts to charter schools in accordance with 2225-7C and MSA 1978 as presented by Director of Finance Tanya Maestas.
We have a recommendation for approval from Superintendent Layton. Would the board like to consider a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion. Thank you, President Flores. I'd like to make a motion to approve the distribution of capital improvement tax levy receipts to the charter schools in accordance with 22-25-7C and MSA 1978 as presented by Ms. Tanya Maestas, Director of Finance.
There is a motion on the floor for approval. Is there a
Second.
second? We have a motion from Vice President Spray and a second from Board Member King. Will you please call for the roll?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Okay, item 12.2, Taos Municipal Schools Budget Adjustment Request, also known as BARS, Resolution Number 24-005 to grant authority to Finance Department to submit and make any and all necessary adjustments. Mrs. Maestas, Director of Finance.
Superintendent Layton, this is an annual. If you see at the very top, it's the resolution for the BARS. It's stated now, it's numbered on the top 24-005. So this is the fifth BAR resolution that the Finance Office has presented. This is to allow the Finance Office the ability to be able to do BARs in a timely manner and then present to you all, to make BAR adjustments, in a timely manner, and then you all get presented with them at the very end, so you guys can do the approvals. But this just allows the Finance Office to be able to do budgetary, just anything in the budget and help the program side in order to get BARs done, transfer money, move money. And so you guys see every probably 2 months, I send you guys the little BAR resolution, the BAR paperwork, so you guys can see where the money's being moved to and how it's being adjusted. So this is just you all granting us permission in the Finance Office to be able to make the proper adjustments budget-wise.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas. Does the board have any questions or comments regarding this? This is an actual annual practice towards the end of the year to allow these adjustments to be done. Hearing no questions or comments, Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I recommend approval of the Taos Municipal Schools Budget Adjustment Request BAR Resolution Number 24-005 to grant authority to Finance Department to submit and make any and all necessary adjustments as presented by Director of Finance Tanya Maestas.
There's a recommendation for approval from Superintendent Layton. Would the board like to entertain a motion for approval?
You want to do it? You want me to do it? Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'd like to make a motion, please, to approve the Taos Municipal Schools Budget Adjustment Request BAR Resolution Number 24-005 to grant authority to Finance Department to submit and make all necessary adjustments presented by Ms. Tanya Maestas, Director of Finance.
There's a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
They're all
Ladies-
the second. your
Ladies
motion.
first, we have a second from Secretary Trujillo. Call for the roll, please.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Maestas.
If I may, I want to let you guys formally know that I have resigned from Finance Director. I'm sure Dr. Layton has expressly let you know on that, so this is my last board meeting. So I wish you all the very best. I have one thing just to leave you guys with is maybe for, future reference that you would have your superintendent, maybe supervisors, maybe HR, kind of meet with your staff upon their resignation. I wasn't allowed that opportunity for anybody to meet with me to see my reasons as to why or where it was going or why my decision was the way it was. So I just, maybe that's something that the district can work on here in the future. I wish you guys all the best. There is quite a bit of staff that is leaving the district. And so, my department alone will be 2, maybe 3 left. We had our grant coordinator resign today. There's a total of about 15 employees that have left the district, both resigning, retiring, and 1 termination. 2 financial consultants were also let go as well, and then 1 assets inventory consultant was also let go. You will have a CPO that will be stepping down here shortly. So I think, the district's going to be in a little bit of shambles here for a little bit. So I wish you guys all the best. I hope that everything kind of gets to a better point soon for you guys. It's going to be a while. I don't know. I stand for my final day.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas, for your dedication and service to the district. I'm very appreciative of you taking on the challenge of our finance director. You came on board when the forensic audit started, and it was very difficult, challenging, and trying. You helped us navigate these last couple of years through that. You've kept the district solvent, very appreciative of your time and effort. Many late nights I'm well aware of you spending here working, make sure that we're all taken care of. Want to wish you the best in your future endeavors, and congratulations on your graduate. You had your baby graduated this year, so got to see you for graduation, and sorry to see you leave. We definitely will miss you.
I would like to say something.
Please.
Thank you, President Flores. I've grown to really love you and watch you working, and the spark that you have with your work and the way that you present yourself and the way that you view problems when you come across a problem and you just go, okay, and I watch you do this thing and then you figure it out. And I have loved watching you. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you telling us the truth right now about what you think. I'm very, very appreciative of you speaking the truth. That's sometimes a hard thing to do, although it should be the easiest thing to do, right? So anyway, I'm very sorry that you're choosing to leave, and I wish you totally the best in everything. I really have learned to really appreciate you, and I'm not an easy sell on some things, and you're just really, really good. I really have felt safe with you in the finance department. And I've appreciated how hard you've worked with Maria and Carol to try and hone your skills. I just think, yeah, if you want a recommendation, I personally will give you one, just personally. Yep. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Nice to see you tonight.
What I'd like to say is again, thank you. I know you worked many long hours and you give a lot of yourself. And as you have invested in the Tasman School Schools invested and allowed you the opportunity to experience what it would be like to be in this position. And it's something that you'll take with you. And it's brought growth, and it tested you to the limit. And I want to say thank you so much. And again, I hate to see you leave.
Yeah, the board has succinctly expressed my thoughts. I just want to second that. I said, Director Maestas, I've known you for a long time, and it's great to see your family, boys, finish high school. I congratulate you that. I got to meet your husband. I've known your family for years, so keep your head up, and I'm sure you'll land on your feet. Wish you the very best.
Thank you.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I just want, on behalf of the school district and the district administration, thank you, Ms. Maestas, for all your time and effort. It did not go unnoticed. We absolutely appreciate the work that you've done for us, and we wish you the best. We really do.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas. Item 13, old business. 13.1, follow-up and possible edits to the first reading of Taos Municipal Schools Board Policy I-7350, graduation requirements, and Taos Municipal Schools Board selection of 2 units for LEA local requirement. Mrs. Renetta Mondragon, Associate Superintendent, and Mrs. Emmy De Herrera, Taos High School Principal, along with Carla Martinez, Taos Cyber Principal and Continuous School Improvement Coordinator.
President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Layton. This is going to be our first reading. Superintendent Layton's helping me through the policy as we go through as well, because I haven't done another reading of the policy. However, we're looking at graduation requirements. What we had presented to the school board previously was some options for you to take a look at. I did send to Superintendent Layton in the coursework, so you could browse through that and see if there was any additions that you may have wanted to include in the policy. And if I can refresh everybody that we were going back to item number 7, which is the LEA local credit that needs to be assigned by the local school board. The first option was to leave as is, what was written by New Mexico School Board Association, or the second one was to select the courses that would be assigned to each high school. So because we have 2 high schools, it would be Cyber Magnet and Taos High School that you could assign those credits to. So with that, I stand for questions. I do believe Miss Emmy did provide you with the options that the Taos High School was requesting to take a look at and utilize as their credits.
Does the board have any questions or comments? And if we could speak openly, since we are in a public meeting.
Associate Superintendent Mondragon, we noticed that in regards to civic class wasn't on there. Could you comment on that? Or is it on there? We're missing it?
So I'm gonna have our principal, Ms. Emmy De Herrera, come up and explain for the high school portion. And if I can just clarify, are we speaking about the financial literacy on the social studies side, or are we talking about civics
Yeah, civics,
specifically?
not
Okay.
financial.
Good evening, everyone. So what I offer today is just more of a concrete example of what we spoke about at our last board meeting. And what we came up with were ideas that were more specific to what our capacity, to our capacity as far as our staff and our curriculum. So on the first page, and I offered this only because we had some questions about alignment and, different programs. So if you look at the first page, we're looking at this affecting or impacting the class of 2029 graduation requirements. We have it broken down by our English, our math, our science, and our social studies. If you're able to see down here at the bottom, mine is pink, I just highlighted it. But what our proposal is to offer at the 9th grade New Mexico history for half a semester, which they already take, and then a personal financial literacy, which is that literacy piece, which is very interesting because I've had several calls from different entities around the state asking if we're going to be offering financial literacy. So this is our way of incorporating it into our matrix as it stands with the stuff that we currently have in a meaningful way. So we roll over on Monday, meaning that all of the classes in our matrix, so we're that close to being, preparing for next year as far as our class offerings. So that's why we wanted to offer this. On the second page, if you look here, there's health, physical education, and electives. So if we're looking at this proposal to be a total of 2 units, credits, years, we would offer a computer class, which we felt that cyber literacy, which that's a digital literacy and citizenship classroom. It really lends to the 21st century learning skills that our students are in need of. And in meeting with students that are at different levels and years of college, they were talking to us about some of the items or areas that they're lacking, and computer skills was one of them. So we would like to offer that for a 0.5 credit. So it'd be called cyber literacy. We do have a staff member that is very skilled in that area and would be able to teach that to our students. And then our second, so that equals 1. And then our second full credit would be that college and career readiness, which we already have embedded into our program, which could potentially include our language other than English, because remember we talked about only having 1 year of a foreign language required for graduation. And then we have our fine arts, our career technical education classes, our ACE class, which is an academic career exploration, and then everything that we're doing on Fridays to be able to lend to that college and career piece that we're looking at. I know Board Member King that talked about civics. Civics is embedded into our history curriculum. It wouldn't be a separate class as a proposal here that we're looking at. And I know that that's been a topic for how we would incorporate it into classes, whether it be at the beginning of class with information about what's going on in the world or different types, and we can have that as a department level conversation as far as implementing civics more. Right now it falls within our 12th grade econ and government course that we offer sitting with that teacher.
Yeah. So Mr. Herrera, current events is kind of, I think, what we're talking about, because current events, what's going on now. Maybe it's, and really, I think we mentioned even middle school. And obviously with us being on the school board, we can start incorporating that dialogue, that conversation. So when the kids get to high school, they're more in depth, almost like a foreign language. You can take Spanish 1 in middle school. So maybe, I don't know, we talk about the curriculum of, almost as so the cyber school, Ms. Martinez was talking about the kids were doing election, how in regards to governance, Congress, so they are understanding how those pieces come together, the different our legislative, our government, our judicial, legislative, and executive branches, state, federal. I don't know where I was, adult. Well, yeah, she was in high school in Albuquerque, so it wasn't here. She couldn't tell us the governor of the state, and it was interesting. The guy whispered to her, who was working next to her, but it was like, so just that, so I think that we want to really, and even, I've seen it with the elementary sites as well. There's a kid who knew, first grader knew Abraham Lincoln was the 16th president on point at Enos. So yeah, I just think we can never assume that, it's at school that you learn, and then you talk about it. Some parents are passionate about our history. Kids, I know growing up, Civil War and Great Generation, books, but now that's last century. So yeah, just, and obviously you're at on the end of the spectrum. We want to have them where they come to, literally as they are maturing, they have this at their regards, their beck and whim of knowledge. I appreciate it though.
And our hope is to be able to encourage our staff members to be able to meet those needs and expectations. There's constant conversation about what the board is asking. For example, talking about the academic gaps that we have and trying to close those through interventions. So that would be an ask for our departments. This piece right here is very specific to what we would be able to afford to our students within the capacity of the teachers that we currently have now in the curriculum and how it lends to what the students would be able to receive as freshmen. So that freshman group would be able to have those two pieces of electives, and then that continuation of college and career readiness in whatever capacity that looks like. Career, college, exploration, things of that nature. I do want to say that we have a leadership class of students, and what we're trying to do is talk to that teacher and talk about student government, because we do have those different levels of student government, but really talking to them about that curriculum and implementation and voice and all of those important things that lend to what the ask is here.
Yes, Vice President Spray and then Secretary.
Thank you, President Mark. Hi, Dr. Mrs. Terrera. Hi. On that, when I'm looking at this thank you for the financial literacy portion. With regard to civics, which you're hearing is important to some of us, under 12th grade, it says AP Government, AP Economics. Is that advanced placement kids that are the only ones that are going to get that?
No, AP is the option for AP, but all students either have government and econ or AP government. So it's just that layer. So every single senior would get AP Gov. So
I
one
see.
semester.
And is there room
sorry.
in the government curriculum to add a session, a block on civics? Is there room in that? Or I don't know anything about the
But
curriculum for government.
I think what I'm hearing is the talk in the ask to have current events and have those conversations about ensuring that there's that literacy behind it. And there are components built into the curriculum with our economics and our government class. If there's a specific, and I haven't done research specifically to the ask about civics that we're looking for, we can definitely look at that and we can enhance that. That's not a hard thing to do within that curriculum. And it may be already embedded in there if we need to highlight it for sure. It's something that is already taught in that class, but I just don't believe that it's broken down into saying this is, and I can.
Who is your
that.
government teacher?
Mr. Ellis. It's Mr. Ellis, and he's the teacher of both Econ and Gov.
Because it seems to me, I appreciate all that you're doing to try and fit all these pegs together in round holes. But it seems to discuss current events, you have to have sort of a baseline understanding of civics. So maybe this is also a conversation that we would talk to the middle school principal about at some point. Because you can't really talk about civics events or civic current events if you don't have a basic idea of why the event is even being discussed.
And we have exceptionally strong leaders, teachers in history department, our social studies department. So in observation of their classrooms, they're having these conversations with our students, and the students, I remember during COVID, I was able to just listen to them when they were, on the other side of a computer, and it was very interesting, the content that they had. If we're looking for something specific, we can definitely have that conversation. We've created a school improvement team at the high school that is very much so interested in trying to get everyone on board and aligned with similar things that we're doing, which lends to some of these questions that you guys have.
Thank you. There certainly is a lot going on right now in our country that might spark a conversation. So that's really great to hear that you're picking up on that. And thank you for as much civics as you can give those kids. I don't think you can probably give too much, because I understand that many schools don't teach it anymore.
If we go in this direction, I can definitely get more information. We can talk to, those are things that we can do with our department to say, this is an ask of the board, and see what that looks like and bring you back that information.
Thank you for being so considerate about it. Thank you.
Secretary Trujillo. Board Member King.
No, you guys are covering it. You're definitely covering Mr. Herrera. Camila, my daughter's taking AP history with Mr. Henderson, is it? And then speech and debate, she's reading this summer about different nonfiction books as well. So there's a dialogue, and he covers Mexico history, sites, they write stories about maps. It's all the Pueblos. They're definitely, but as also what Vice President Spray said, is that the AP class, or is that, I said the general? Hopefully that's all the students. Yeah, they're engaging. So yeah, and the current events, I think the kids will find it interesting, because so much is online. What's the veracity of online, an influencer is telling them what happened that day or in the news, it's a little scary. So they can come to school and have those questions and actually get a little spark.
One of the things that with our partner with the DA's office, the DA is asking to come into the school to
Mhm.
teach a section, you know, so not section, but like to teach classes. So the students are getting that hands-on opportunity to learn about some of those government pieces that are really important and impacting their community.
That's great.
And even our representative, you know, how this is a day, and I think they did it at the DA's office, Mr. Tez, and I don't know if our senator was there, but or was sharing with us that they were at the DA office. She was telling them what they did at the Roundhouse. Thank you.
President Flores, if I may, if I can point the board to the course codes that were provided by Superintendent Layton. There are two courses, 2751, which is contemporary U.S. Issues, grades 9 through 12, and the course reads as Course Studies, the Political, Economic, and Social Issues Facing the United States with or without an emphasis on state and local issues. These courses may focus on current issues or may examine selected issues from throughout the 20th century. The course must align with relevant standards, including the 9th through 12th New Mexico Social Studies, U.S. History, Civics, and Economics Anchor and Performance Standards, including the inquiry standards. And then we also have course 2752, which is contemporary world issues. And then we go down, I believe those are the only two that I had found in there that would address the current issues that were requested by the board.
Associate Superintendent Mondragon, also, you know, is course 2737 AP Government and Politics, is that the course referenced here in regards to AP Government?
I'm sorry, I was listening
Oh, I'm
to.
sorry.
our
So,
principal.
course ID number 2737?
2737 would be our, and Ms. Emmy, I don't have your document. If you could look at it.
Is that the government course that our 12th graders take, or?
It would be, which one is the one that they're all taking?
This one right here, it's the personal finance literacy, that one there.
No, so here, it's AP Government and Politics, course 2737.
Oh, here we go.
45?
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my question is in regards to the government course that is currently offered, is that what is?
This is the course.
So in that course narrative, it says, prepare students, let's see here, offering students a basic understanding of the world's diverse political structures and practices. Course encompasses the study both of specific countries, countries listed there, and of general concepts used to interpret the key political relationships found in virtually all national polities. I don't know if that's supposed to be politics or not, but course content generally includes sources of public authority and political power, the relationship between state and society, the relationships between citizens and state, political institutional framework, political change, and the comparative method. This course is intended to prepare students for the optional advanced placement exam in this subject and should follow published College Board guidelines. I mean, my personal thought is that covers a lot of what I think the board is speaking towards. I mean, in specificity, I think, yeah, current events can be highlighted as you meet with your staff and, you know, request that current events be covered throughout the course of the days and weeks and months. But if that is the government course that is offered, I'm content with that. Personally.
What is the, if I may, this course is an AP course, so it wouldn't be offered to all of our students
But
at that point.
but the standard or regular government course would kind of
would cover.
would
yes.
cover some of that
Mhm.
same stuff, yeah.
I may, that's okay. One of the classes that was mentioned was contemporary world issues. That was one of our electives this year. Because of our restructuring of history, that's not offered now. I can talk to the teacher about it. It's the same teacher, but he did offer that as an elective. Mr. Alice offered that. So we are touching on civics. We are addressing civics in the government and econ section with some background of electives in the past with the contemporary.
Other comments, questions from the board? Board Member King?
It's almost, the saying, I come back to that, you gotta reach them before you teach them. You know, this is real life stuff. I mean, sometimes kids, you get in the book and, you know, or, you know, I'm sure they're on their computers now. So whatever that subject is, sometimes if you can bring it home, so to speak. But I know, you know, when we grew up, we had like, was it 4 channels or 3? And then television went off at midnight, you know, it's static. Now, you know,
I
literally.
didn't even have a TV.
But it didn't stop. So, you know, maybe with this as being one of our, in regards to our consideration for you guys, if, you know, just kind of, you can share, because you guys have the teacher's report in August before you guys go back and just let them know. I think it's one of those things, you know, you almost can actually get them up to speed. Hey, what were you doing? What's been going on with you in our society? Actually start from there.
President Flores, so Board Member King, if I may, just to be clear, what you're asking right now is that we, as the district, in looking at instructional and the curriculum, is that at the high school, we emphasize that within the courses that are already offered?
Yeah.
Understood.
Even the middle school, I mean, kids, I think sometimes they think, oh, I'm just in 7th grade or 6th grade, but they're, you know, they really, that's the grade, if I remember. It was 7th grade, but I think it's now 6th or 5th. The kids are gonna go to college. I mean, this is the time they are engaging. You can see it in the classroom too. So this is the time you start asking those questions and planting to see, you know, you may not see it in middle school, but maybe something sparks them and they, you know, they get a light, you know, for a difference in their life and career.
If I may ask Superintendent, could you chime in on the conversation?
Absolutely. President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. And so today is about really editing the first resolution, right? And selection of the 2 units that were there. So based on the conversation that we're hearing is just, we're in a continuance of what we recommended for the course credits. And so I firmly believe in working with the principal and our teachers to incorporate what is being requested of us for the curriculum. But when we get back down to the resolution, or not, excuse me, the resolution, the graduation requirement is for the 2 units to go as recommended by our staff. And so that will help incorporate the civics as well as meet the guidelines that the board is requesting of us. And also working with our middle school principal. I was going to say if she's still here, I couldn't see her in the background. But working with our middle school principal to scaffold that instruction so that by the time they do reach senior level, that it has more meaning than just superficial or topical.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Well put.
So moving forward with this, let's see here, so follow-up and possible edits. The first reading of board policy I-7350.
So President Flores, since we didn't make any edits the first time, this is the part where the recommendation by the board for those 2 units. And I'll encourage Associate Superintendent Renata, when they're going to go ahead and just remind the recommendation. So that way we can incorporate the edits for the second reading.
So the edits that we were recommending, and I do have some language here that we could utilize, is local requirement 2 units set by each local school board or governing body that meet department academic content and performance standards. LEAs with more than one high school can select a menu of course to meet the needs of each high school. So 2 units, and the recommendation is that we set the 2 units for the high school and the cyber magnet separately. Any questions?
So
Questions?
The other option is to leave as is. What is on item 7, where it reads through that there isn't anything specifically assigned that the school board would say, you know, these are specific credits. It kind of leaves it a broad option for the school board.
President Flores, Vice President, members of the board, and what it does by separating them, it allows more of a, think of it as prescriptive units specifically to meet the Taos cyber magnet students, but also at the same time prescriptively meet the needs of our high school students. So by allowing them to be separate, we can meet those needs separately based on the needs of the students enrolled in those schools.
President Flores? There's some parts of this I don't understand because I'm not an educator, but what, are you able to make it for high school and cyber magnet both, that financial literacy is a requirement for graduating? Is that what you're talking about doing?
Well, that would be one component of it. So that was one of the options that is available to the school board, but keeping in mind that we're looking at financial literacy on the social studies side was what we had the conversation about. So the school board can set that for the district and we can do it for both of the sites.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure was going to happen. And that you can also wrap civics into both high schools
I believe
in the curriculum.
Yes.
Yes.
We can definitely emphasize that in the curriculum. Yes,
Okay.
Vice President Sprague.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're on the same page.
Yes, we are.
The pages that they can put financial literacy as
Yeah.
a graduation requirement, and that they will weave in civics more than they are currently maybe, but for both high schools.
Yes.
Leaving them, leaving them together
So,
or separate?
so going off of what Vice President said and what Board Member King said is that as a district and as the curriculum and instruction director, I'll oversee that piece in ensuring that that's an emphasized part in the curriculum and working with our principals to ensure that that's coming out in our social studies curriculum. K through 12 we'll be working on, because I've heard that, you know, an emphasis of starting it early is important to the school board. So we'll start K through 12 in looking at that. But that's separate from the credit. So right now we'll have 1 credit, which is financial literacy, social studies component. And now we'll need 1 more credit, which was the choices were made by the high school and the cyber magnet, which I'd like to bring up our cyber magnet and our high school to share with you again, and the importance of why they selected those.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, Superintendent Layton. When we're looking at Taos Cyber Magnet and the courses that best fit the needs of our students, I would like to share that financial literacy is used as our 4th year of math, and the majority of our students do use that as an option to meet that 4th math credit their senior year. And so the majority of our students are getting financial literacy in their curriculum. When we're looking at the LEA required courses, the courses that align best with Taos Cyber Magnet would be cyber literacy. And if you have in your packet from the previous presentation, cyber literacy is one that helps meet the needs of our students as they're navigating the coursework, but also the social media perspectives, all of the other components that they face both academically and socially. So that would be our first recommendation. The other would be a half unit of keyboarding, because our students are using the computer so frequently, or computer applications, either of the two work well with our students. Understanding all of the programming, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, to some degree helps them meet those academic requirements, both in high school and when we're looking at post-secondary options. And then the other credit would be the contemporary issues, whether it's the US or the world issues. That is something that, although we do provide exposure to that in our social studies curriculum, we feel based on the needs of our students that it would give them the opportunity to have conversations within the classroom that are more focused on contemporary issues that impact their next steps once they leave high school. So these courses, we do have the flexibility at Taos Cyber to make them half credits. So they only do a semester of it. So if we did the cyber literacy, contemporary issues, and keyboarding or general applications, we could do half of the keyboarding and the contemporary issues, and then a full year of the cyber literacy, which would then meet that 2-unit requirement. So that's the recommendation that we would like to present to you.
Vice President Spray.
Thank you, President Mark. What I thought I heard you say was that most of the kids in 4-year math, most of them will choose financial literacy.
Correct.
That's not saying that it's a requirement for graduation if most of them will choose that.
It is
Correct?
not.
Are you able to make that a graduation requirement?
We could. I do hesitate to make it one of our LEA required courses because a lot of our students, we're just looking at their course load, and we don't do the full 8-course schedule that's seen at Taos High School. Our students have 6 classes, and so adding the financial literacy as a requirement would limit their electives and their CTE courses that they have available within their schedule. So it's a little more restrictive when we look at the scheduling at Taos Cyber, because we only do the 6 courses per semester rather than the full 8 that we're looking at the matrix from the high school. So there's a little bit of a difference there.
Okay, just as a question, as I said, I'm not an educator.
Of course.
I taught kindergarten one time at a Quaker school. Is there a way that you can make a block unit of financial literacy that allows for, that's not a full semester, but you require that they get some basic understanding of financial literacy? Can you do that at Cyber Mesa? Do you have the flexibility to do that? Cyber Megan, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yes, we could do that.
Thank you.
We could do it as one of our elective courses, or pulling it out of our social studies, math, ELA, and or science. So we put it in one of those other categories to meet the 24 graduation credit requirement. We can do a semester of it. And whether or not I would recommend that if that's the ask of the board, that we put it on the social studies side and leave the financial literacy for math as the option for a math requirement, because you can't use it in both areas. So that would be my.
However it works, or I was even thinking you could make half of a semester as that block, and you could,
We're
I don't know. how
not
you do
able
that.
to do that. We're able to
Okay.
do a full semester. With cyber, we don't have control over the scope and sequence for the courses. These are based on New Mexico state standards, and they're already predetermined. So we're not able to
Okay.
go in and edit what is taught for the year. It's based on, this is what, for example, financial literacy is defined in New Mexico state requirements. And so then they put that into the course. So the online teacher teaches that curriculum, and we don't have authority over changing any of that.
I see.
So we
Thank
could
you. I
do
understand.
a semester would
I
be our
understand.
limit.
And that works for you to do that?
I would say that's not our preference. given the fact that the majority of our students are already taking a lot of courses and overloading them with another core course, which is a social studies course, would be challenging for some of our students, but it's definitely doable.
My
Member King, I'm sorry.
My comments would be to lean to the experts in their field, our educators and their boots on the grounds. They're deep in the trenches. I trust in their professional recommendations. So it would be my comments to the board that we allow them the autonomy to share with the board what they feel is best gonna affect the students. And from what I'm hearing, that we have the capacity to allow curriculum from the core subjects that the board is expressing be taught, incorporated into the annual curriculum.
Yeah, it's well said. I think we defer to the staff and, you know, I said the cyber kids, for whatever reason, they're over there. And as long as we can have this high school, have the financial literacy, which now I guess it will, right? That's, with what was presented. So, yeah.
Financial
I
literacy
concur.
is
I
a
concur.
semester.
Yeah.
We could
Just-
offer it as a semester course. It's definitely doable. I'm just looking at the course load for our students and advocating for them to not be overwhelmed. We can add it in as a half credit, and then we could either do keyboarding, world issues, or cyber literacy as the other 1.5. So
No, I would say that, I said the keyboarding, those are very imperative. Is that home role that you guys are teaching and all those?
So
Learn
it
how to
would
type.
be keyboarding are general computer applications, which would include the keyboarding in it. We have the option to do either because we aren't dependent on staff to provide that. We just, pull it down from the menu and enroll the student. So we have more flexibility with our matrix because we have the entire curriculum, online curriculum to pull from. So either of those general computer applications or keyboarding would be the recommended for the computer component, and then the world issues or social issues would be the other.
Sounds applicable.
Thank you.
So Associate Superintendent, what is your recommendation as a Director of Instruction?
Okay, my recommendation would be to adhere to what the school board has been recommending as far as financial literacy, that we do offer a half semester, so half a credit of personal financial literacy on the social studies side, which does not affect either high school or Cyber Magnet. That would address what the concerns were of the board. And then my next recommendation would be for a half semester of, on the Cyber Magnet, we would do which one was it? The cyber literacy. So 0.5 of cyber literacy. And then a full credit of general computer applications. And then on the side of Taos High School, let me write my notes. On the side of Taos High School, we would do a half semester of personal financial literacy, again with social studies. And then Miss Emmy, your note.
And then the other half credit would be in the cyber literacy as well, so it aligns with cyber. And then our other full credit would be in college and career readiness, which includes a variety of different career exploration and college prep courses.
Correct. Thank you.
Board amenable to that?
Would you like to hear again?
Yeah,
Okay, one more
if you
time.
could just repeat that one more time, because I'm not going to repeat it. We'll just make a motion
So we're gonna do, there's gonna be options for the Taos High School and for Taos Cyber Magnet. So we're following state statute as well. Cyber Magnet will have half a credit of personal financial literacy, social studies, a half credit of cyber literacy, and a full credit of general computer applications. Taos High School will have half a credit of personal financial literacy, social studies, half a credit of, oh, I missed this one. Cyber literacy, my apologies. And then a full credit of college and career readiness, which would be a broad choice for the students.
I
Yes.
just have a point of
Vice President.
clarification. Sorry, just wanting to make sure I'm up on
You're fine.
everything. For college and career readiness, it is not just Flex Fridays that addresses that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Board amenable to the recommendation from Associate Superintendent Mondragon?
If she makes the motion.
Okay, so
Can you do it?
I will make a motion to approve the recommendation by Associate Superintendent Mondragon as covered in her presentation
Mhm.
and is also recorded.
Good job.
A second.
I'll have it all written out for you by the second reading, I promise.
So, and we have a second. Call for the roll.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so 13.2,
Thank you.
second reading for consideration of revisions to Taos Municipal Schools Board Policy I-4700, student schedules and course loads. Associate Superintendent Mondragon.
President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Layton, this is our second reading of the student schedules and course loads I-4700. At the last board meeting, I did present to you the changes that were made by state legislature, which was the graduate profile for the school district. Also looking at the next step plans that need to be looked at each year for our students, and then signed off on by our principal, which is going to also have a designee for that as well. Other than that, there were no additional changes to this board policy. I stand for questions.
Any comments from the board?
I have a big surprise. I have a question.
You didn't get a recommendation from you.
Go first.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you. My question is this, I'm just wondering what the rationale is. I notice at the top, in the top paragraph, the board is removed and superintendent is inserted, and I just am curious about the rationale for that.
The reason, I'm going to say the reasoning for this is because the next step plans would have to be looked at by the board, but now it's assigned to the superintendent and he can assign that down at the district level. Keeping in mind that the next step plans are individual for each of our students.
Mhm.
And instead of what they were required before was at the 8th grade level and then right before our students were graduating, they are requiring that the school district looks at it each year. So that's all of our students have to have all of those plans looked at by the school sites.
As I recall, the board's not been asked in the 3 years I've been here to look at any of that.
Correct.
But is that the way it was supposed to be going?
The way that it is worded, that's what it looks like it is.
Okay, then. I have a question for Dr. Layton. Who, if you didn't watch all those, at what level would you assign someone to look to make sure that all those were in place?
So given the question of assigning, since it oversees instruction, I would absolutely work with Associate Superintendent Ms. Mondragon to ensure that it's enacted, but especially with the course loads, and of course, in collaboration with the principals to make sure that the course loads are taken care of. And the process would be that the principal then would make sure to get feedback from our counselors to ensure that the course loads are being met for the personal graduation plans for each of the kiddos.
And you would expect to oversee that yourself?
Correct.
Okay.
And Vice President Spray, if I may, The next step plans were overseen by our school site, so that is one of the requirements that was by our principals and our counselors, was to ensure that those were completed before graduation and before the transition from 8th grade to 9th grade.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Associate Superintendent Muthuan, I just have a question. So the striking of the language that is identified here, that was done by, not the district, by this.
Correct.
By the
This was
state.
done by the New Mexico School Board Association.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify that. So the district didn't make these revisions, the School Board Association. And it's their recommendation that we,
I thought I was thinking they did that part, but that's fine. I have no issue with it. I just was curious what the rationale was.
but also the board has the autonomy to even revise these correct to some extent if they wanted to strike additional language or incorporate language, or if they're not happy with the language that's recommended, we can also move forward with that, that adoption.
Fine to me.
Any further questions or comments? Yes, Associate Superintendent Mondragon and Superintendent Layton, what would be the collective recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, I recommend the second reading for consideration of revision to the Taos Municipal Schools Board Policy I-4700, student schedules and course loads, as eloquently presented by Associate Superintendent Renetta Mondragon, as presented.
We have a recommendation for approval as presented for a second reading. Would any member of the board like to make a motion to approve? With the recommendation from Superintendent Layton and through the presentation of Associate Superintendent Mondragon, I will make a motion to approve through the board policy I-4700, student schedules and course loads, as revised and presented within the board packet by the New Mexico School Boards Association.
Second.
Call for the roll, please.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you, Associate Superintendent Mondragon, Principal Martinez, and Principal Tejeda for your time and presentation. Okay, item 14, new business. 14.1, discussion and possible action regarding Taos Municipal School District Bond Advisory Committee. Mark Flores, okay. I'm presenting. So as we previously heard, in order to identify project priorities for a possible ballot presentation to the voters, we need to move forward with the bond advisory committee. I pretty much would like to just open up the floor for comments or suggestions from the board. Prior to doing that, my recommendations would be something that is practiced or a best practice is to solicit letters of interest to allow the community to present to the board either through email or hard copy paper letter interest in being a part of the advisory committee. And I think the school district could approach that through various avenues, one being our Facebook, social media, our school website post, and then also maybe get a small print, and I don't mean small, affordable print in the Taos News that would notify the public that we're soliciting interest.
I have a comment.
Please.
Thank you, President Flores. You mentioned a committee to identify projects, but I also think that committee, from what the man from Stifel said, that committee would also help us plan town halls and different ways to get the word out throughout the year until November, till the election. So that would be more of a commitment than just identifying the projects.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. Thank you for adding that. And I think in identifying the projects would need to involve the community engagement, town hall meetings,
Right.
so forth.
Also, just FYI, I have someone in mind that I'd like to nominate or give you a name, one of the members of the Keeler Foundation. I think he would be really great. And I'd like to incorporate him more in this, with the schools anyway, so he learns how we work, and I'll give you his name and his number if you like.
I'm happy to receive that, Vice President Spray, but I more, if he'd be interested, I think that it is a best practice, though, that those individuals that are interested, it would probably be best if they shoot out an email or
Oh, definitely. I just was,
letter of interest, and then the
Thank you.
board, we could compile
yeah,
however many we receive, and then make our nominations from there forward.
I guess I should be more clear. I meant maybe just I
You
could
have
reach
somebody
out and
like-
let him know that, so he can do that if he wants to, that's all. Okay, if I have the permission of the board to do that, I will. Thank you.
I think it's the board's duty to recruit also,
Mhm.
go out and get community input.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Good,
with
good thinking.
that, is the board agreeable to that? That we would,
Yes.
we would communicate out that we are seeking letters of interest either through email or letter, social, to the superintendent's office would be the point of contact for that, and then you would bring those forward to the board. Okay, so that's not an action item, it's just a there's some direction to the superintendent and the district. Okay,
Perfect.
so with that being done, and then I guess real quick, just to recap, so how long do we want to give for that? Maybe 30 days? Or is that too long?
It may be President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, because we want to bring that up at the July 23rd board meeting. So we may want to give it give it some time also for posting of the agenda, approval of the agenda, so backwards. So possibly about 3 weeks.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, we'll see what kind of
Feedback we
what
receive.
feedback we receive by
Yes,
then.
sir.
Okay. And then I guess just reach out to the Taos News as soon as possible to get that advertisement or solicitation posted, and then we could do our internal workings with the social media accounts and the website.
Yes, sir. Yeah, they have me on speed dial. So.
Okay. All right, so that concludes our general agenda. 15 is executive session. 15.1 pursuant to section 10-15-1H of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, section 12-6-5 of the New Mexico Audit Act, and 2.2.2.15A3 NMAC for the auditing firm and the superintendent to update the board regarding status of a special audit. 15.2 pursuant to NMSA section 10-15-1H5, discussions regarding status of collective bargaining negotiations with TFUs. And 15.3, the board can discuss, including with the superintendent, possible changes, if any, to the superintendent's contract. For the record, it is 9:20 PM.
I had 2 questions on that.
Yes.
My understanding is on 15.1 for the executive session, we're not going to do that tonight. We're going to do it on July 1st. Is that correct, at 5:30? Special meeting?
No,
Audrey's not here.
she's not here physically.
Oh. All right. And so we're just getting an update tonight.
Yes.
Okay. And then 15.3, I guess I want to make a motion to postpone that because Member Concha has asked, since she can't be here, that she be included in that. We talked about this.
I think that the board should enter into executive session and we could discuss that in executive session.
Should I make a motion to table it? Well,
We need to continue with the business as presented. We are on a short timeline. We can discuss that in executive session. It's listed on the agenda. Unfortunately, Board Member Concha is not present. We have 4 members of the board, which is a majority of the board.
I just want to make it really clear that she asked us to do that.
Asked us or asked you?
She asked me to tell you, to ask you. She texted me at the beginning of the meeting. She just said she'd like to be part of that and she couldn't get on her laptop for this.
I wonder if that
She's traveling, she said.
constitutes, gotta be careful with communications in regards to that. If a board member reached out to you to reach out to me,
Would you like her to text you right now herself? It's fine.
it'd be a best practice, yes.
Okay, I think she just figured you were busy. I don't mean to get in the middle. I just got the text and I told you right away.
So at this.
I'll have her
point
text you.
In time, it's 9:22 PM. I would like to make a motion to enter into executive session.
Second.
We have a second from Board Member King. Call for
Board,
vote.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
No.
President Flores.
Yes.
I don't like these. He's gonna have her call you.
If she could be on, if she could call me, then she could be present for the discussion.
I'm not in charge of her. She's driving.
You know, 'cause we're gonna get recorded.
Okay.
So the board has exited executive session. The time is 10:55 PM. I would like to make a motion to formally exit executive session.
Second.
Have a second for Vice President, call for the roll.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray, President Flores.
Yes, so the board entered into executive session, pursuant to section 10-15-1H of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, section 12-6-5 of the New Mexico Audit Act, and 2.2.2.15A3 NMAC for the auditing firm and superintendent to update the board regarding status of a special audit. For the record, the board was given a brief update by our auditing firm in regards to the special audit. No other discussions occurred during that discussion. The board entered into executive session also pursuant to NMSA section 10-15-1H5. Discussions regarding status of collective bargaining negotiations with TFUs. We discussed the status of the collective bargaining negotiations with TFUs and were updated by legal and the superintendent as to that status. 15.3, the board can discuss it, including with the superintendent, possible changes, if any, to the superintendent contract. No discussion heard in regards to that matter. Board wishes to move that matter to a separate future meeting. 16, other new business. 16.1, possible action regarding 2025-26 negotiated collective bargaining agreement with TFUs. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation in regards to this action item?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board. I'm going to be a little bit exaggeration on this, but it is my pleasure to recommend this change to approve the 25-26 collective bargaining agreement as agreed upon with TFUs.
With that recommendation, I will make a motion to approve the 2025-2026 collective bargaining agreement with TFUs.
Second.
We have a second, Vice President, call for the roll.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Item 16.2, approval of changes pending the superintendent's contract. No discussion occurred in regards to that matter. 17, future topics. For the sake of time, if the board wishes to discuss any future topics, please present that to the superintendent or myself, and we will get that on the next meeting agenda. Item 18, upcoming Taos Municipal Schools board meetings. We have a regularly scheduled board meeting for July 23rd, 2025 at 6 PM here at the boardroom. And the board is also entertaining a tentative date of July 1st at 5:30 PM to have a special meeting in which to discuss the superintendent's contract and
No, audit. That's the forensic audit.
that's the special audit.
Mhm.
Yes, the special audit, excuse me, July 1st at 5:30 PM to be updated with the final draft of the special audit. We also are tentatively planning a special board meeting. What is next Friday?
27.
The 27th of June at 5 PM. But that has not been confirmed with our other school board member who is not present, so it is tentative. Item 19 is adjourned, so move to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Do I have to sign anything?
You'll have to sign that thing that we voted on tonight. No, not the collective bargaining. One of the things in there.
On a resolution?
Yeah, the resolution. Do we need to sign that?